Good evening, dear listener. Tonight, we open the gentle pages of a timeless dream, L. Frank Baum's The Wonderful Wizard of Oz, first published in 1900. Before we begin, if these quiet stories bring you peace, please like this video and subscribe. I'd love to know where you're listening from and what hour of the night finds you here. So dim the lights, let the world soften, and breathe with me. Because tonight, we follow Dorothy, a young girl carried far from home into a land of wonder, courage, and unexpected magic. Chapter 1. Dorothy lived in the heart of the great Kansas prairies with Uncle Henry, a hard-working farmer, and Aunt Em, his quiet, solemn wife. Their little house had been built from lumber, hauled for miles across the open plain. So it was small, just 4 bare walls, a roof, and a single room that held everything they owned. A rusty cook stove crouched in one corner, a cupboard of chipped dishes in another, a table, a few worn chairs, and 2 beds filled the remaining space. The larger one for Uncle Henry and Aunt Em, and a tiny one tucked neatly into the opposite corner for Dorothy. There was no attic, and no proper cellar, only a narrow pit dug into the ground, called the Cyclone cellar, where the family could hide when one of those mighty whirlwinds swept across the prairie. A trap door in the middle of the floor led down to this dark, cramped hole. Whenever Dorothy stood in the doorway and looked out, she saw nothing but the vast, gray prairie stretching endlessly to the sky in every direction. Not a tree, not a house, not the faintest break in the flat horizon. The sun had baked the plowed earth into a cracked, dusty crust, and the grass, once tall and green, had been scorched to the same lifeless gray as everything else. Even the little house, once painted, had long ago lost its color to burning sunlight and beating rains. Aunt Em, when she first came to live on the prairie, had been young and full of life, but the relentless sun and wind had drawn all the brightness from her. Her eyes had faded to gray, her cheeks had lost their color, and her smile had vanished entirely. When Dorothy, an orphan, first arrived, her laughter startled Aunt Em so much she would press a hand to her heart. Even now, she looked at the child with a kind of wonder, amazed that anyone could find something to laugh about in such a dull, quiet world. Uncle Henry never laughed at all. He rose before dawn, worked until dark, and spoke only when he had to. Years of labor had turned him gray from his beard to his heavy boots. It was Toto who kept Dorothy from growing as gray as the rest of Kansas. Toto, her little black dog, with long silky fur and two bright eyes that sparkled mischievously on either side of his tiny nose. He spent his days bounding, chasing, tumbling, and Dorothy loved him more than anything. But today, neither of them were playing. Uncle Henry sat on the doorstep, staring anxiously at a sky that looked even grayer than usual. Dorothy stood nearby with Toto in her arms. From far to the north came a low moan of wind, and they could see the long grass bend in slow waves beneath its touch. A whistle rose suddenly from the south, and the grass rippled from that direction too. Uncle Henry stood up at once. "There's a cyclone coming, Em," he called, already running toward the sheds where the cows and horses were kept. Aunt Em dropped her dishes and hurried to the door. One glance at the sky was enough. "Quick, Dorothy, run to the cellar." Toto leaped from Dorothy's arms and dashed under the bed. Dorothy ran after him as Aunt Em, pale with fear, flung open the trap door and disappeared down the ladder into the darkness below. Dorothy caught Toto at last and turned to follow her aunt. But before she had crossed half the room, a terrible shriek tore through the air. The house shuddered so violently that Dorothy fell to the floor. Then, something strange, something impossible, began to happen. The house spun once, twice, a dizzying whirl, and then lifted gently into the air. Dorothy felt as if she were rising in a balloon. The great north and south winds had met directly beneath the house, lifting it straight into the very heart of the cyclone. Inside the center of the whirlwind, the air was strangely still, but the fierce winds outside pressed so hard upon the walls that the house was carried higher and higher until it reached the cyclone's peak. Floating, trembling, yet held perfectly in place, as easily as a feather. The world outside was pitch dark, and the wind screamed around her. But Dorothy discovered she was not being hurt at all. After the first wild spins, and one moment when the house tilted dangerously, the motion settled into a slow, swaying rock, gentle like a cradle. Toto, however, did not appreciate the cradle. He raced frantically from corner to corner, barking at the roaring wind. Dorothy stayed seated on the floor, waiting quietly for whatever might come next. Once, Toto ventured too close to the open trapdoor and slipped through. Dorothy cried out, thinking she had lost him, until she spotted one small black ear poking up through the opening. The pressure of the wind below was holding him up. She crawled carefully to the trapdoor, grabbed Toto by the ear, pulled him back inside, and quickly shut the trap so nothing else could fall through. Hour after hour, the house drifted on. Dorothy's fear slowly faded, replaced by a strange, lonely calm. At first, she worried that the house might crash to the ground and shatter into splinters. But as time passed and nothing dreadful happened, she decided there was nothing to do but wait and trust to whatever lay ahead. At last, weary from the rocking floor and the wailing wind, she crawled to her little bed. Toto curled beside her, trembling but loyal, and in spite of the storm all around them, Dorothy's eyes closed. She drifted into a deep, dreamless sleep as the cyclone carried them far, far away. Chapter 2. Dorothy awoke with a jolt, so sudden and sharp that had she not been lying on the soft little bed, she might well have been hurt. As it was, the shock made her gasp and blink in confusion. Toto pressed his cold nose anxiously against her cheek and gave a pitiful whine. She sat up quickly. The house was no longer spinning, and it was no longer dark. Bright sunlight poured through the window in warm, golden sheets, filling the tiny room with a gentle glow. Dorothy leapt from the bed, Toto scrambling behind her, and she hurried to the door. The moment she stepped outside, she gave a small cry of amazement. Her eyes grew wider and wider as she took in the astonishing sight before her. Somehow, by some impossible miracle, the cyclone had set the house down with surprising softness, right in the heart of a land unlike anything she had ever seen. All around her stretched a country of breathtaking beauty, lush, vivid, alive. Green slopes dotted with stately trees, heavy with shining fruits. Banks of flowers in every color burst into bloom beneath the sunlight. Birds with brilliant feathers flitted through the branches, singing sweet, unfamiliar melodies. And just beyond, a sparkling brook ran merrily between emerald banks, whispering in a voice far more comforting than the dry wind of the gray Kansas prairies. As Dorothy stood enchanted, drinking in the wonder of it all, she noticed a small group of people approaching. People unlike any she had ever seen. They were not as tall as grown folk, nor were they children. In fact, they stood about her own height, though clearly much older. 3 were men, and 1 was a woman, and every one of them was dressed in the oddest manner. The men wore round blue hats rising to a little point above their heads, each rim trimmed with tiny bells that chimed pleasantly as they walked. Their coats matched the blue of their hats, and their boots shone brightly. The woman wore white, a gown flowing in soft pleats from her shoulders, sprinkled with tiny silver stars that glittered in the sunlight. Her hat was white as well, and she moved with the slow dignity of someone very old. When they reached the house, the group paused, whispering nervously among themselves, as though unsure whether to come nearer. But the little old woman stepped forward alone. She bowed deeply and said in a gentle voice, "Welcome, most noble sorceress, to the land of the Munchkins. We thank you for destroying the wicked witch of the East and setting our people free." Dorothy stared at her in astonishment. Sorceress? Destroyed someone? She had never harmed anything in her life, not intentionally. But the little woman was clearly waiting for a reply. "You are very kind," Dorothy said hesitantly, "but I'm afraid there has been a mistake. I haven't killed anyone." "Your house did at any rate," the woman said with a soft laugh. "And that comes to the same thing. Look there." She pointed to a corner of the house. Dorothy turned and gasped. 2 feet, clad in silver shoes, were sticking out from beneath the heavy beam on which the house rested. "Oh dear," she cried, clasping her hands. "The house must have fallen on her. What shall we do?" "There is nothing to be done," the old woman replied calmly. "She was the wicked witch of the East, and she held the Munchkins in bondage for many years. Now they are free." She went on to explain who the Munchkins were, and that she herself was not one of them, but lived in the north. When Dorothy asked, in a trembling voice, whether she too was a witch, the little woman nodded pleasantly. "Indeed I am, but a good witch. There are only 4 of us in all Oz. The witches of the north and south are good. Those of the east and west were wicked. And now, thanks to you, only the witch of the west remains." Dorothy told her about Kansas, how Aunt Em had said witches died long ago. The witch of the north frowned thoughtfully. "I do not know this Kansas," she said at last. "But Oz is cut off from the world. Here, such things still live." Just then, the Munchkins cried out. Everyone turned. The feet beneath the house had vanished, leaving only the pair of silver shoes. "She was so old," the witch of the north said lightly, "that the sun dried her up fast. But her shoes are yours now?" She picked them up, dusted them off, and handed them to Dorothy. Dorothy carried them inside, then returned, her voice trembling with hope. "I want to go back to my aunt and uncle. Do you know how I can get home?" But each Munchkin shook his head. A desert lay to the east, another to the south, another to the west, ruled by the wicked witch who would surely enslave her. The north, too, was blocked by the same great desert. Dorothy felt her heart sink. Tears welled up, and at the sight of them, the kind little Munchkins pulled out their handkerchiefs and began weeping as well. The Witch of the North took off her pointed cap, balanced it on her nose, and counted solemnly. 1, 2, 3. At once, the cap became a small slate on which words appeared. Let Dorothy go to the city of emeralds. You must go to the Emerald City, the witch said gently. Perhaps Oz, the great wizard, will help you. How can I find him? Dorothy asked. The road is paved with yellow brick, the witch replied. Follow it straight. Do not be afraid. When you meet Oz, tell him your story and ask for his aid. Dorothy begged her to come along, but the witch shook her head. I cannot follow you, but I will give you my kiss. No one dare harm a person who bears it. She pressed her lips softly to Dorothy's forehead, leaving behind a bright, shining mark. The three Munchkins bowed deeply, wished her a safe journey, and walked away. The witch gave a final nod, twirled 3 times on her left heel, and vanished. Toto barked in startled excitement, but Dorothy stood calmly. She had expected nothing less from a witch. And so her journey toward the Emerald City and the great and mysterious Wizard of Oz had begun. Chapter 3. When Dorothy found herself alone, a small pang of hunger reminded her it was well past breakfast. She went to the little cupboard, sliced a piece of bread, and spread it with butter. She shared a bit with Toto, then took a tin pail from the shelf and walked down to the nearby brook, where she filled it with clear, sparkling water. Toto darted toward the trees, barking excitedly at the birds perched in their branches. When Dorothy went after him, she noticed clusters of bright, tempting fruit hanging overhead. She gathered several pieces, delighted to find them the perfect addition to her morning meal. Back at the house, she and Toto drank deeply of the cool water. Then, Dorothy began preparing for the long journey ahead, to the City of Emeralds. She had only one other dress, fresh and neatly hung on a peg beside her bed. It was a blue and white gingham. The blue faded a bit from many washings, but still very pretty. After washing up carefully, she dressed in the clean gingham, tied her pink sunbonnet securely, and took up a small basket. She tucked bread inside and covered it with a white cloth. Only then did she notice her shoes, old, worn, and hardly fit for traveling. These will never do for a long journey, Toto, she murmured. Toto looked up at her with his bright black eyes and wagged his tail as if he understood perfectly. Just then, Dorothy's gaze fell upon the silver shoes of the Wicked Witch of the East, still lying on the table where they had been left. I wonder if they'll fit me, she said aloud. They'd be just the thing for walking. They'll never wear out. She slipped off her old leather shoes and tried the silver pair. To her surprise, they fitted as though made for her. She picked up her basket. "Come along, Toto," she said. "We're going to the Emerald City to ask the Great Oz how to get back to Kansas again." She closed the door of the little house, locked it, and tucked the key carefully into her pocket. And so, with Toto trotting soberly at her heels, Dorothy began her journey. Several roads spread out before her, but she quickly found the one paved with shining yellow bricks. Before long, she was walking briskly toward the Emerald City, her silver shoes tinkling softly on the sunlit road. The sky was bright, the birds sang sweetly, and Dorothy found herself feeling far less frightened than you might expect of a little girl suddenly swept into a strange new land. The countryside around her was unexpectedly beautiful. Neat blue fences lined the road, and beyond them lay fields of grain and vegetables, rich and plentiful. It was clear the Munchkins were excellent farmers. Now and then she passed a house, and the people came out to bow low as she went by, for news had already spread that she had destroyed the wicked witch and set them free. The homes were unusual, each one round with a great dome for a roof, and all of them painted blue, the favorite color of the Eastern Munchkins. Toward evening, tired from her long walk and wondering where she might sleep, Dorothy came upon a larger house. On the lawn, men and women were dancing merrily, while 5 little fiddlers played with all their might. A nearby table was heaped with fruits, nuts, pies, cakes, and every delicious thing to eat. The people greeted her warmly and invited her to join their supper and stay the night. This was the home of one of the richest Munchkins, named Bach, and he and his friends were celebrating their freedom from the wicked witch. Dorothy enjoyed a hearty meal and sat on a settee to watch the dancing. Bach, noticing her silver shoes, said respectfully, "You must be a great sorceress." "Why?" Dorothy asked in surprise. "Because you wear silver shoes, and you have killed the wicked witch," he said. "And besides, you wear white in your frock. Only witches and sorceresses wear white." "My dress is blue and white checked," Dorothy replied, smoothing it with her hand. "That is kind of you," Bach said. "Blue is the Munchkin's color, and white is the witch color. So anyone wearing both must be a friendly witch." Dorothy had no idea how to answer, for everyone seemed to believe she had magical powers, while she knew perfectly well she was only an ordinary girl, blown here by a cyclone. When she grew tired of the merriment, Bach led her to a pretty bedroom. The sheets were made of soft blue cloth, and Dorothy slept soundly until morning. Toto curled contentedly on the blue rug beside her. She ate a good breakfast and laughed as a tiny Munchkin baby tugged Toto's tail, crowing with delight. Toto was quite the curiosity, for none of the Munchkins had ever seen a dog. "How far is it to the Emerald City?" she asked. "I do not know," Bok said gravely. "I have never been there. It is better to stay away from Oz unless one has business with him. But the road is long, and you must pass through rough and dangerous places before your journey ends." This troubled Dorothy somewhat, but only Oz could send her back to Kansas, so she resolved not to turn back. She said goodbye to her kind hosts and set out once more along the yellow brick road. After several miles, she paused to rest atop a fence. Beyond it lay a vast cornfield, and not far away stood a scarecrow perched high on a pole. Dorothy rested her chin in her hand and studied the figure. A small sack for a head, stuffed with straw and painted with eyes, nose, and mouth. A faded blue hat sat crookedly on its head, and its blue clothes were just as worn and stuffed as its body. Old boots with blue tops completed the strange figure. As she gazed at it, one painted eye suddenly winked. Dorothy blinked. Kansas scarecrows certainly never winked. Then the scarecrow nodded to her, cheerfully, startled, but curious. Dorothy climbed down from the fence and approached. Toto raced around the pole, barking wildly. "Good day," said the scarecrow in a husky voice. "Did you speak?" Dorothy asked, astonished. "Certainly," said the scarecrow. "How do you do?" "I'm quite well, thank you," Dorothy replied politely. "How do you do?" "I'm not feeling well," the scarecrow admitted with a smile. "It is very tedious being perched up here day and night to scare away the crows." "Can't you get down?" she asked. "No, this pole is stuck up my back. If you would kindly take it away, I'd be greatly obliged." Dorothy reached up with both arms and lifted the figure off the pole. He was surprisingly light. "Thank you very much," he said. "I feel like a new man." Dorothy stared in wonder. A stuffed man, walking and talking beside her, was indeed a curious sight. "Who are you?" the scarecrow asked, after stretching and yawning. "And where are you going?" "My name is Dorothy, and I'm going to the Emerald City to ask the Great Oz to send me back to Kansas." "Where is the Emerald City?" he asked. "And who is Oz?" "Why, don't you know?" she cried. "No," he said sadly. "I don't know anything. I'm stuffed, so I have no brains at all." "Oh," said Dorothy gently. "I'm terribly sorry." "Do you think," he asked hopefully, "if I went with you, Oz might give me some brains?" I cannot say, she answered, but you're welcome to come. If he cannot, you'll be no worse off than now. That is true, said the Scarecrow. You see, I don't mind being stuffed. I never get hurt, no matter what. But I don't want people to call me a fool. How am I ever to know anything without a brain? I understand, Dorothy said kindly. Come with me, and I'll ask Oz to help you. Grateful, the Scarecrow walked with her back to the road. Toto sniffed at him suspiciously, growling now and then, as if expecting a nest of mice to leap from the straw. Don't mind Toto, Dorothy said. He never bites. I'm not worried, the Scarecrow replied. He can't hurt the straw. Do let me carry your basket. I never get tired. As they walked, he added quietly, There is only one thing in the world I'm afraid of. What is that? Dorothy asked. A lighted match, the Scarecrow said solemnly. Chapter 4. After several hours of steady walking, the yellow brick road began to grow rough and uneven. The bricks here were cracked, sunken, or missing entirely, so the Scarecrow, who never looked down, having no real sense of caution, kept stumbling straight into the holes. Each time he tumbled full length onto the hard bricks, Dorothy hurried to lift him back to his feet, and he would laugh cheerfully at his own mishap, as if it were all part of the journey's amusement. Toto leapt lightly over every gap, and Dorothy picked her steps with care, for the farms along the way had become poorer, the houses fewer, and the trees more sparse. The farther they went, the lonelier and more desolate the land seemed. At noon, they sat beside a tiny brook, where Dorothy opened her basket and took out some bread. She offered a piece to the Scarecrow, but he shook his painted head. I am never hungry, he said, and it is a very good thing I am not, for my mouth is only painted if I cut a hole in it to eat. The straw I'm stuffed with would fall out and ruin the shape of my head entirely. Dorothy saw at once that this made perfect sense, so she simply nodded and finished her lunch. When she was done, the Scarecrow said, with polite curiosity, Won't you tell me about yourself and about the country you came from? So Dorothy told him about Kansas, how gray the prairies were, how flat the horizon stretched, and how the cyclone had swept her away to the strange and brilliant land of Oz. The Scarecrow listened closely. I cannot understand, he said at last, why you should wish to leave such a beautiful country only to return to a dry, gray place like Kansas. That's because you have no brains, Dorothy answered gently. No matter how dull and gray our homes may be, we people of flesh and blood would rather live there than anywhere else. Beautiful or not, there is no place like home. The Scarecrow sighed. Of course, I cannot understand it. If your heads were stuffed with straw like mine, you would all prefer the lovely places, and Kansas would have no people at all. It is lucky for Kansas that you have brains. But could you tell me a story while we rest? Dorothy smiled, but the Scarecrow shook his head sadly. My life has been too short to know anything at all, he said. I was only made the day before yesterday. He told her how the farmer had painted his ears first, crooked though they were, and how, when the first eye was painted, he suddenly saw the world in a burst of a new curiosity. He watched his makers build his arms, legs, and body, and when his head was finally attached, he felt proud, believing himself just as fine as any man. The farmer had carried him to the cornfield and set him on a tall pole, where he stood alone, unable to move. At first, the birds fled at the sight of him, and he felt very important, until an old crow perched on his shoulder and laughed. Any crow with sense can see you're only stuffed with straw, the bird had said, and soon all the crows ate freely at his feet. But the old crow had kindly added, brains are the only things worth having. Crow or man? So, the Scarecrow finished, I decided I must get some brains. And then you came along. From what you say, the Great Oz will surely give me some when we reach the Emerald City. I hope so, said Dorothy sincerely. You deserve them. Oh, I am very anxious, he replied. It is a dreadful thing to know one is a fool. They continued along the road, which now had no fences and no signs of farmland at all. Toward evening, they reached a vast forest where the trees grew so thickly that their branches laced together above the yellow bricks, shutting out most of the daylight. Yet the travelers pressed on. If this road goes in, it must come out, the Scarecrow declared. Anyone would know that, said Dorothy. Exactly, he answered proudly. And if it required brains to know it, I could never have said it. As darkness settled, Dorothy could no longer see, though Toto trotted confidently, and the Scarecrow insisted he saw perfectly well. Dorothy took his arm and walked carefully beside him. If you see a house or shelter, she murmured, tell me. It is very uncomfortable in the dark. A short while later, the Scarecrow stopped. I see a little cottage just to our right, he said. It's made of logs and branches. Shall we go there? Yes, please, said Dorothy at once. I'm so very tired. He guided her through the trees until they reached the tiny hut. Inside, Dorothy found a bed of dried leaves in the corner. She lay down with Toto curled beside her and fell into a deep, peaceful sleep. The Scarecrow, who never grew weary, stood watch in the opposite corner and waited patiently for the morning light. Chapter 5. When Dorothy awoke, soft morning light was spilling between the trees, warm and golden. Toto had long since darted off, chasing birds and squirrels with cheerful yaps. She stretched, rubbed her eyes, and looked around. There, exactly as she had left him, the Scarecrow stood patiently in his corner, waiting for her. "We should go find some water," she told him. "Why do you need water?" he asked with honest curiosity. "To wash the dust from my face, and to drink, so the bread won't stick in my throat," Dorothy replied. The Scarecrow tilted his painted head thoughtfully. "It must be inconvenient to be made of flesh, sleeping, eating, drinking. But then you have brains, and that must make all the trouble worthwhile." They left the tiny cottage and wandered through the trees until they discovered a small spring of clear, cold water. Dorothy drank deeply, washed, and ate what little breakfast remained. She noticed there was hardly any bread left in the basket, and was quietly grateful the Scarecrow needed no food at all. There was only enough for herself and Toto. Perhaps one more day. Just as she brushed the crumbs from her lap and turned toward the yellow brick road, a deep, mournful groan echoed through the forest. "What was that?" she whispered. "I cannot imagine," said the Scarecrow. "But we can go look." Another groan sounded, closer now, heavy with pain. They moved between the trunks until Dorothy spotted something glinting where a sunbeam cut across the shadows. She hurried forward, then stopped with a startled cry. Beside a half-chopped tree stood a man made entirely of tin. His axe was raised mid-stroke, his joints stiff and immovable, as though time itself had frozen him. Dorothy stared wide-eyed. The Scarecrow leaned in curiously. Toto barked in outrage and snapped at the tin legs, only to yelp in surprise when his teeth met metal. "Did you groan?" Dorothy asked gently. "Yes," came a hollow, rusty voice. "I groaned. I have been groaning for more than a year, yet no one has heard me until now." "What can we do to help?" she asked, moved by his sadness. "Fetch my oil can," he said. "My joints are rusted tight. Oil them, and I shall move again. You'll find the can on a shelf in my cottage." Dorothy ran all the way back, found the small tin can, and returned breathless. "Where should I start?" she asked. "My neck," he answered. She poured a thin stream of oil around the rusted joint. The Scarecrow took hold of the tin head and gently worked it side to side until it loosened. Soon the woodman could turn his head freely. "Now, my arm," he said. Dorothy oiled them carefully, while the Scarecrow bent each joint until it moved smooth as new. The Tin Woodman gave a long, relieved sigh and lowered his axe, leaning it gratefully against the tree. "This is a great comfort," he said. "I have held that axe in the air since the day I rusted. Oh, what a relief to put it down. Please, my legs too." They oiled his knees and ankles until he could walk once more. He thanked them again and again, his voice warm though hollow, for he was a polite and grateful man of tin. "I might have stood there forever," he said. "You have saved my life. But tell me, how did you come to be here?" "We are on our way to the Emerald City to see the Great Oz," Dorothy explained. "We slept in your cottage last night." "And why do you seek Oz?" "I wish him to send me back to Kansas," she said. "And the Scarecrow wants a few brains put in his head." The woodman paused, as though thinking deeply. "Do you suppose Oz could give me a heart?" "I imagine he could," Dorothy replied. "If he can give the Scarecrow brains, a heart should be just as easy." "Then let me join you," said the Tin Woodman. "I will ask Oz for a heart of my own." "Come along," said the Scarecrow brightly. Dorothy smiled and agreed, happy for the company. So the Tin Woodman picked up his axe, and together they walked until they reached the yellow brick road. He asked Dorothy to tuck the oil can into her basket. "If rain falls and my joints rust again," he said, "I'll be needing it desperately." It proved fortunate indeed, for before long they reached a place where branches tangled so thickly overhead that no one could pass. The Tin Woodman stepped forward and chopped with swift, strong strokes until a clean path opened before them. Dorothy was deep in thought and didn't notice when the Scarecrow suddenly tumbled into a hole beside the road. He had to call out for her help. "Why didn't you walk around the hole?" asked the Tin Woodman. "I haven't enough brains to know better," said the Scarecrow cheerfully. "That's why I'm going to Oz." "I see," said the Woodman. "But I don't believe brains are the best things in the world." "Have you any?" asked the Scarecrow. "No, my head is quite empty," the Woodman admitted. "But I once had brains and a heart, and having tried both, I would much rather have a heart." "Why is that?" the Scarecrow asked. "I will tell you," said the Woodman. And as they walked beneath the forest canopy, he began his tale. He told them he was born the son of a woodcutter and had looked after his mother until she passed away. Then he decided to marry, so he would not live alone. he had fallen in love with a lovely Munchkin girl who loved him just as dearly. But the old woman she lived with wished to keep the girl for her own household work and did not want her to marry. So the old woman bargained with the wicked witch of the East, offering 2 sheep and a cow if she would prevent the marriage. The witch enchanted the woodman's axe, and as he chopped, he slowly became made of tin. His heart vanished with the transformation, and so his love faded too. Proud of his shining metal body, he had kept an oil can by his side, until one day he forgot. A sudden rainstorm rusted him where he stood, and he remained frozen for a full year. But in that long year, said the woodman softly, I had time to think, and I realized the greatest loss of all was the loss of my heart. While I had it, I was the happiest man alive. No one can love without a heart. So I will ask Oz to give me one. And if he does, I will return to the Munchkin girl and marry her. Dorothy and the Scarecrow listened with deep sympathy, now understanding why the woodman longed for a heart. All the same, said the Scarecrow, I shall still ask for brains. A fool with a heart would not know how to use it. I will take the heart, said the woodman gently. Brains do not promise happiness, but happiness, oh, that is worth everything. Dorothy said nothing. She did not know who was right. She only hoped Oz could help them all and send her safely back to Kansas and Aunt Em. For now, what worried her most was the bread. After one more meal, there would be none left. And though the Scarecrow needed nothing and the woodman could not eat, Dorothy was neither tin nor straw. She needed food, or she could not go on. Chapter 6. All this time, Dorothy and her companions had been making their way through the deep, shadow-laden woods. The yellow brick road was still beneath their feet, but now it lay hidden under dry branches and crisp leaves that had fallen from the ancient trees. Walking became more difficult, and the forest, dim and muffled, felt lonelier than ever. Only a few birds perched here, for birds preferred the bright, open fields where sunlight poured freely. Yet from time to time, a low growl drifted out from behind the trees, soft at first, then deep and threatening. Each rumble made Dorothy's heart quicken, for she had no idea what creature made such sounds. But Toto knew. He pressed himself tightly to her side and, unusually quiet, didn't bark at all. How long will it be? Dorothy asked the Tin Woodman anxiously. Before we are out of this forest. I cannot say, he replied. I have never been to the Emerald City myself. But my father went once, when I was little. and he said the journey was long and the land full of dangers, though lovelier the nearer one gets to the great city where Oz lives. He tried to sound cheerful. Still, I am not afraid, so long as I have my oil can, and nothing can hurt the Scarecrow. As for you, Dorothy, you bear the good witch's kiss upon your forehead. That will protect you from harm. But Toto, she said softly, her voice trembling, what will protect him? We shall protect him ourselves, the Tin Woodman answered firmly. At that very moment, a thunderous roar tore through the forest. Before any of them could move, a huge lion leapt into the road with a single bound. With one powerful swipe of his paw, he sent the Scarecrow spinning helplessly into the roadside weeds. Then he sprang toward the Tin Woodman, claws flashing. But his claws screeched harmlessly against metal, and though the woodman toppled over, he was unhurt. Now Toto, brave at the wrong moment, charged toward the lion, barking furiously. The beast opened his enormous jaws to bite the tiny dog. Without thinking, Dorothy ran forward. Fearless for Toto's sake, she struck the lion hard on the nose. "How dare you?" she cried. "A great big beast like you, trying to bite a poor little dog. You ought to be ashamed." I didn't bite him," the lion protested, rubbing his sore nose with a paw. "Truly, I didn't. No, but you tried to," Dorothy snapped. "You're nothing but a great, big coward." "I know it," said the lion miserably, hanging his head. "I've always known it, but I can't help it." Dorothy, still catching her breath, hurried to set the Scarecrow back on his feet. The lion watched in astonishment. "Is he stuffed?" he asked, bewildered. "Of course he is," said Dorothy sharply. "That's why he flew so easily." The lion blinked. "It did surprise me, seeing him whirl about like that. And the other one? He's not stuffed, I suppose?" "No," Dorothy replied. "He's made of tin." She helped the woodman stand again. "That explains why my claws nearly bent," the lion said, shuddering. That scraping sound sent a chill straight down my back. Then he tilted his head at Toto. "And what is that little creature you guard so fiercely? Is he stuffed or made of tin?" "Neither," said Dorothy. "He's my dog." "A meat dog?" the lion asked, peering closer. "How curious, and so very small. Why, no one would think of biting such a tiny thing, except a coward like me." Dorothy studied him. He was enormous, bigger than a small horse, and yet his voice trembled like a child's. "What makes you such a coward?" she asked gently. "It is a mystery," sighed the lion. "All the animals of the forest expect me to be brave, for the lion is supposed to be king of beasts, and they are frightened. Whenever I roar loudly, everything runs away. Even men. I roar, they flee, and I let them go. But if any of them ever stood and fought, I should run myself. I am such a coward." "That is not right," said the Scarecrow. "I know," murmured the lion, wiping a tear from his eye with the tip of his tail. "It makes me terribly unhappy. Whenever danger comes, my heart beats so fast." "Perhaps you're only excited," said the Tin Woodman kindly, "which shows you have a heart." "Maybe," the lion said thoughtfully. "If I had no heart, perhaps I wouldn't be afraid." "Have you any brains?" asked the Scarecrow. "I suppose so," replied the lion. "I've never looked." "I am going to the Great Oz to ask for brains," said the Scarecrow proudly. "And I shall ask for a heart," said the Tin Woodman. "And Toto and I are going to ask Oz to send us back to Kansas," Dorothy added. The lion hesitated. "Do you think Oz could give me courage just as easily as he can give me brains?" the Scarecrow declared. "Or me a heart," said the Woodman. "Or send me home," Dorothy said. "Then, if you do not mind," said the lion softly, "I should like to go with you. Life is unbearable without a bit of courage." "You will be very welcome," said Dorothy warmly. "You can help keep other wild beasts away." "They are indeed more cowardly than I," said the lion, "but that does not make me any braver." So the little company set off once more, the great lion walking in grand, stately strides beside Dorothy. At first, Toto did not trust his new companion, remembering those huge jaws far too well. But as the miles passed and no harm came, the two slowly became friends. The rest of the day brought no more dangers. Only once did trouble nearly arise. The Tin Woodman, not watching his step, almost crushed a beetle on the road. Horrified, he burst into tears, for he never wished to harm any living thing. The tears slipped down his metal cheeks and into the hinges of his jaw, where they rusted tightly shut. When Dorothy asked him a question, he could not answer. He gestured frantically. The lion frowned in confusion. But the Scarecrow quickly seized the oil can and smoothed the rust away until the woodman's mouth could open again. "This shall be a lesson to me," the woodman sighed. "If ever I harm a creature by accident, I shall surely cry again. And crying rusts my jaws so that I cannot speak." Thereafter, he watched every step with great care, lifting his feet high over tiny ants and beetles that crossed the path. "For I know I have no heart," he said, "and therefore I must be doubly careful never to be cruel. But when Oz grants me one, then I may trust it to guide me rightly." Chapter 7. The Journey to the Great Oz. They were obliged to camp out that night under a large tree in the forest, for there were no houses near. The tree made a good, thick covering to protect them from the dew, and the Tin Woodman chopped a great pile of wood with his axe, and Dorothy built a splendid fire. That warmed her and made her feel less lonely. She and Toto ate the last of their bread, and now she did not know what they would do for breakfast. "If you wish," said the lion, "I will go into the forest and get a deer for you. You can roast it by the fire, since your tastes are so peculiar that you prefer cooked food, and then you will have a very good breakfast." "Don't, please don't," begged the Tin Woodman. "I should certainly weep if you got a poor deer, and then my jaws would rust again." But the lion went away into the forest and found his own supper, and no one ever knew what it was, for he didn't mention it. And the Scarecrow found a tree full of nuts and filled Dorothy's basket with them, so that she would not be hungry for a long time. She thought this was very kind and thoughtful of the Scarecrow, but she laughed heartily at the awkward way in which the poor creature picked up the nuts. His padded hands were so clumsy, and the nuts were so small that he dropped almost as many as he put in the basket. But the Scarecrow did not mind how long it took him to fill the basket, for it enabled him to keep away from the fire, as he feared a spark might get into his straw and burn him up. So he kept a good distance away from the flames, and only came near to cover Dorothy with dry leaves when she lay down to sleep. These kept her very snug and warm, and she slept soundly until morning. When it was daylight, the girl bathed her face in a little rippling brook, and soon after, they all started toward the Emerald City. This was to be an eventful day for the travelers. They had hardly been walking an hour when before them they saw a great ditch that crossed the road and divided the forest as far as they could see on either side. It was a very wide ditch, and when they crept up to the edge and looked into it, they could see it was also very deep, and there were many big, jagged rocks at the bottom. The sides were so steep that none of them could climb down, and for a moment it seemed that their journey must end. "What shall we do?" asked Dorothy despairingly. "I haven't the faintest idea," said the Tin Woodman, and the lion shook his shaggy mane and looked thoughtful. But the Scarecrow said, "We cannot fly, that is certain. Neither can we climb down into this great ditch, therefore. If we cannot jump over it, we must stop where we are." "I think I could jump over it," said the cowardly lion, after measuring the distance carefully in his mind. "Then we are all right," answered the Scarecrow, "for you can carry us all over on your back, one at a time." "Well, I'll try it," said the lion. "Who will go first?" "I will," declared the Scarecrow, "for if you found that you could not jump over the gulf, Dorothy would be killed, or the Tin Woodman badly dented on the rocks below. But if I am on your back, it will not matter so much, for the fall would not hurt me at all." "I'm terribly afraid of falling myself," said the cowardly lion. "But I suppose there is nothing to do but try it. So get on my back, and we'll make the attempt." The Scarecrow sat upon the lion's back, and the big beast walked to the edge of the gulf and crouched down. "Why don't you run and jump?" asked the Scarecrow. "Because that isn't the way we lions do things," he replied. Then, giving a great spring, he shot through the air and landed safely on the other side. They were all greatly pleased to see how easily he did it. And after the Scarecrow had got down from his back, the lion sprang across the ditch again. Dorothy thought she would go next, so she took Toto in her arms and climbed on the lion's back, holding tightly to his mane with one hand. The next moment, it seemed as if she were flying through the air. And then, before she had time to think about it, she was safe on the other side. The lion went back a third time and got the Tin Woodman. Then they all sat down for a few moments to give the beast a chance to rest, for his great leaps had made his breath short, and he panted like a big dog that has been running too long. They found the forest very thick on this side, and it looked dark and gloomy. After the lion had rested, they started along the road of yellow brick, silently wondering, each in his own mind, if they would ever come to the end of the woods and reach the bright sunshine again. To add to their discomfort, they soon heard strange noises in the depths of the forest, and the lion whispered to them that it was in this part of the country that the Calidars lived. "What are the Calidars?" asked the girl. "They are monstrous beasts, with bodies like bears and heads like tigers," replied the lion, "and with claws so long and sharp that they could tear me in two. I'm terribly afraid of the Calidas." "I'm not surprised that you are," returned Dorothy. "They must be dreadful beasts." The lion was about to reply when suddenly they came to another gulf across the road. But this one was so broad and deep that the lion knew at once he could not leap across it. So they sat down to consider what they should do. And after serious thought, the Scarecrow said, "Here is a great tree standing close to the ditch. If the Tin Woodman can chop it down so that it will fall to the other side, we can walk across it easily." "That is a first-rate idea," said the lion. "One would almost suspect you had brains in your head instead of straw." The woodman set to work at once, and so sharp was his axe that the tree was soon chopped nearly through. Then the lion put his strong front legs against the tree, pushed with all his might, and slowly the big tree tipped and fell with a crash across the ditch, with its top branches on the edge. Side They had just started to cross this strange bridge when a sharp growl made them all look up. And to their horror, they saw, running toward them, two great beasts with bodies like bears and heads like tigers. "They are the Kalidars," said the cowardly lion, beginning to tremble. "Quick," said the Scarecrow, "let us cross over." So, Dorothy went first, holding Toto in her arms. The Tin Woodman followed, and the Scarecrow came next. The lion, although he was certainly afraid, turned to face the Kalidars, and then he gave so loud and terrible a roar that Dorothy screamed, and the Scarecrow fell over backward, while even the fierce beasts stopped short and looked at him in surprise. But seeing they were bigger than the lion, and remembering that there were two of them, and only one of him, the Kalidars again rushed forward, and the lion crossed over the tree, and turned to see what they would do next. Without stopping an instant, fierce beasts also began to cross the tree, and the lion said to Dorothy, "We are lost, for they will surely tear us to pieces with their sharp claws. But stand close behind me, and I will fight them for as long as I am alive." "Wait a minute," called the Scarecrow. He had been thinking what was best to be done, and now he asked the woodman to chop away the end of the tree that rested on their side of the ditch. The Tin Woodman began to use his axe at once, and just as the two Kalidars were nearly across, the tree fell with a crack into the gulp, carrying the snarling brutes with it. Said the cowardly lion, drawing a long breath of relief. "I see we're going to live a little while longer, and I'm glad of it, for it must be a very uncomfortable thing not to be alive. Those creatures frightened me so badly that my heart is beating yet," said the Tin Woodman. "Sadly, I wish I had a heart to beat." This adventure made the travelers more anxious than ever to get out of the forest, and they walked so fast that Dorothy became tired and had to ride on the lion's back. To their great joy, the trees became thinner the farther they advanced, and in the afternoon, they suddenly came upon a broad river flowing swiftly just before them. On the other side of the water, they could see the road of yellow brick running through a beautiful country with green meadows dotted with bright flowers, and all the road bordered with trees hanging full of delicious fruits. They were greatly pleased to see this delightful country before them. "How shall we cross the river?" asked Dorothy. "That is easily done," replied the Scarecrow. "The Tin Woodman must build us a raft so we can float to the other side." So, the woodman took his axe and began to chop down small trees to make a raft. And while he was busy at this, the Scarecrow found on the riverbank a tree full of fine fruit. This pleased Dorothy, who had eaten nothing but nuts all day, and she made her heart meal of the ripe fruit. But it takes time to make a raft, even when one is as industrious and untiring as the Tin Woodman. And when night came, the work was not done. So they found a cozy place under the trees, where they slept well until morning. And Dorothy dreamed of the Emerald City and of the good Wizard of Oz, who would soon send her back to her own home again. Chapter 8. The little band of travelers rose the next morning, refreshed, hopeful, and eager for the journey ahead. Dorothy enjoyed a breakfast fit for a princess. Sweet peaches and ripe plums gathered from the trees along the riverbank. Behind them lay the dark forest they had braved, with all its gloomy shadows and discouragements. But before them stretched a bright and sunlit country, so warm and inviting that it seemed to call them onward toward the Emerald City. Only the broad river separated them from that beautiful land. Luckily, the raft was nearly finished. After the Tin Woodman chopped a few more logs and fastened them firmly with wooden pins, everything was at last ready. Dorothy settled herself in the middle of the raft, holding Toto close. When the Cowardly Lion stepped aboard, the raft lurched dangerously under his great weight. But the Scarecrow and the Tin Woodman steadied the other end. With long poles in hand, they pushed off into the water. At first, they drifted smoothly. But when they reached the middle of the river, the swift current suddenly seized the raft and bore it downstream, farther and farther from the yellow brick road. The water was too deep now for their poles to reach the bottom. "This is bad," the Tin Woodman said gravely. "If we cannot reach the shore, the river will carry us straight into the land of the wicked Witch of the West. She will enchant us, and we shall become her prisoners. And then I shall never get my brains," said the Scarecrow. "And I shall never find courage," murmured the lion. "And I shall never win a heart," added the Tin Woodman. "And I'll never get back to Kansas," Dorothy whispered. "We must reach the Emerald City somehow," the Scarecrow insisted. He drove his pole down with all his strength, but it stuck deep in the mud. Before he could pull it free, the raft surged forward, tearing away beneath him, and the poor Scarecrow found himself clinging to the pole alone in the rushing river. "Goodbye," he cried helplessly after them. They were heartbroken to leave him. The Tin Woodman began to weep before remembering just in time that tears would rust him. Dorothy quickly dried his cheeks with her apron. Downstream, the raft drifted, the Scarecrow growing smaller behind them. At last, the lion spoke. We must do something. I think I can swim to shore and drag the raft if you all hold on to the tip of my tail." With a great splash, he leapt into the water. The Tin Woodman grabbed his tail, and the lion swam powerfully toward the bank. It was hard work, but little by little he dragged them out of the current. Dorothy took up one of the long poles and helped push the raft the rest of the way. They stumbled at last onto soft, green grass, exhausted but safe. Yet the river had swept them far from the yellow brick road. "What shall we do now?" the Tin Woodman asked, while the lion lay down to dry in the sun. "We must find the road again," said Dorothy. "If we follow the riverbank, we'll come to it eventually," added the lion. So when they had rested, Dorothy picked up her basket, and they walked along the grassy bank through a countryside so lovely that, had they not been worried for the Scarecrow, they might have felt perfectly cheerful. Flowers, fruit trees, and golden sunshine surrounded them. They hurried on until the Tin Woodman suddenly cried, "Look!" There, in the middle of the river, stood the Scarecrow, lonely and drooping, still clinging to his pole. "How can we save him?" Dorothy asked. Neither the lion nor the woodman had an answer. They sat sadly on the bank, staring at their stranded friend. Just then, a great stork flew overhead, and noticing them, glided down to rest at the water's edge. "Who are you? And where are you going?" the stork asked. "I am Dorothy," said the girl. "These are my friends, the Tin Woodman and the Cowardly Lion, and we're headed for the Emerald City. But we've lost the Scarecrow. This is not the right road," said the stork, twisting her long neck to examine them. "I know," Dorothy replied, "but we were carried downstream, and now our friend is stuck in the river." "Where?" asked the stork. "Over there," Dorothy pointed. "If he were not so large and heavy, I might help you," said the bird. "Oh, he isn't heavy at all," Dorothy cried eagerly. "He's stuffed with straw. If you rescue him, we'll be grateful forever." "Well then," said the stork, "I will try." She rose gracefully into the air, swooped over the river, grasped the Scarecrow by the arm with her strong claws, and bore him safely back to shore. The Scarecrow was so delighted to be among his friends again that he hugged everyone, even the lion and Tiny Toto, and skipped along happily, singing at every step. "I feared I would be stuck there forever," he said. "But the kind stork saved me. If ever I get brains, I'll find her again and repay her kindness." "That's quite all right," said the stork, who was flying alongside. "I'm always glad to help those in trouble. But now I must go. My babies are waiting in their nest. May you reach the Emerald City, and may Oz help you." "Thank you," Dorothy called, and the stork vanished into the sky. They continued on, listening to the songs of brightly colored birds and admiring the lovely blossoms now growing so thickly that the ground seemed carpeted in color. The great scarlet poppies were the brightest of all, glowing so fiercely that their beauty almost dazzled Dorothy. "Aren't they beautiful?" she said, breathing in their spicy scent. "I suppose so," answered the Scarecrow. "When I have brains, I shall probably admire them more. If I had a heart, I know I'd love them," said the Tin Woodman. "I've always liked flowers," murmured the lion. "They seem so gentle and helpless." Soon, scarlet poppies surrounded them in every direction. What they did not know was that when great numbers of poppies grow together, their fragrance is dangerously strong. Anyone who breathes too deeply of their scent must fall into a sleep that lasts forever, unless they are carried away. Dorothy, unaware of this danger, walked on until her head grew heavy and her eyelids drooped. She longed to sit down and rest, but the Tin Woodman would not allow it. "We must hurry back to the yellow brick road before dark," he insisted. Dorothy tried, but her strength failed. Her eyes closed, and she sank among the poppies, fast asleep. Toto curled beside her, already unconscious. "What shall we do?" cried the Tin Woodman. "If we leave her here, she will die," said the lion. "The scent is killing us all. Even I can barely keep my eyes open." Only the Tin Woodman and the Scarecrow, not being made of flesh, were safe from the deadly perfume. "Run!" the Scarecrow urged the lion. "Get out of the poppies as fast as you can. We will carry Dorothy, but if you fall asleep, you are too heavy to move." With a mighty effort, the lion bounded forward and disappeared into the sea of flowers. "Let us carry her," said the Scarecrow. They lifted Toto into Dorothy's lap, formed a chair with their hands and arms, and carried her as gently as they could through the endless field of poppies. The deadly blossoms stretched on and on, but at last they reached the curve of the river, and there lay the lion, fast asleep, overcome at last by the poisonous scent. "We can do nothing," said the Tin Woodman sadly. "He is far too heavy to lift. He must sleep here forever, perhaps dreaming he has found courage." "I am sorry," the Scarecrow murmured. "He was a good companion for one so timid. But we must go on." They carried Dorothy out to a sweet, grassy spot beside the river, far from the reach of the poppy's perfume, and laid her gently down to wait for the fresh breeze that would wake her. Chapter 9. "We cannot be far from the yellow brick road now," the Scarecrow remarked as he stood beside Dorothy. "We've nearly covered the same distance. The river swept us away." The Tin Woodman was about to answer when a low growl rippled through the air. He turned his head, hinges creaking smoothly, and saw a strange creature bounding over the green grass toward them. It was a great yellow wildcat, racing with such fierce intent that its ears were pressed flat against its head, and its mouth gaped open, revealing 2 rows of sharp, ugly teeth. Its red eyes burned like tiny coals. But soon the woodman noticed something even smaller, racing ahead of the beast. A little gray field mouse. And though he had no heart, he knew at once that it was wrong for such a harmless and pretty creature to be hunted so mercilessly. He raised his axe, and as the wild cat dashed past, he swung it with a shout. The creature fled at once, tail tucked tight between its legs. Freed from danger, the tiny mouse stopped, then approached the woodman slowly. In a thin, squeaky voice, she cried, "Oh, thank you. Thank you ever so much for saving my life." "Think nothing of it," replied the woodman kindly. "I have no heart, you know, so I make it my duty to help anyone who needs a friend, even if it is only a mouse." "Only a mouse?" squeaked the little creature indignantly. "I will have you know that I am a queen, the queen of all the field mice." "Oh, indeed," said the woodman, bowing with all the dignity of polished tin. "Then you have done a noble and a brave deed in saving me," the queen declared. At that very moment, several mice came scurrying across the grass as fast as their tiny legs could carry them. When they spotted their queen, they cried, "Your Majesty, we feared you had been caught. How did you escape the wild cat?" They bowed so low they nearly toppled over themselves. "This funny tin man scared the wild cat away," the queen told them proudly. "He saved my life. And from this day on, you must all serve him and obey his slightest wish." "We will," the mice squeaked in a high chorus, only to scatter instantly, for Toto had just awakened, and the sight of so many mice made him bark with pure delight. He leapt straight into their midst. Toto had always enjoyed chasing mice in Kansas. He meant no harm, but fright he certainly caused. The woodman caught the dog in his arms and held him tight. "Come back, come back," he called. "Toto will not hurt you." The queen peeked her head from beneath a clump of grass. "Are you sure he will not bite us?" she asked timidly. "I will not let him," promised the woodman. "There is no need to fear." One by one, the mice crept back. Toto did not bark again, though he wriggled furiously and would have nipped the woodman had he forgotten the man was made entirely of tin. At last, a large mouse stepped forward. "Is there anything we can do to repay you?" for saving our queen?" "Nothing I can think of," said the woodman. But the Scarecrow, who had been trying very hard to think, though his straw-stuffed head often made such efforts difficult, suddenly cried, "Oh yes, you can help us save our friend, the cowardly lion who lies asleep in the poppy field." "A lion?" gasped the queen. "He would eat us all." "Oh, no," the Scarecrow assured her. "This lion is a coward." "Truly?" asked the queen. "He says so himself," said the Scarecrow, "and he would never harm anyone who is our friend. If you help us, I promise he shall always treat your people with kindness." "Well," said the queen slowly, "we trust you. What must we do?" "Are there many mice who belong to your kingdom?" the Scarecrow asked. "Thousands," she replied. "Then send for them at once, and have every mouse bring a long piece of string." The queen ordered her attendants to spread the message, and at her word, they disappeared in all directions. "Now," the Scarecrow said to the Tin Woodman, "you must build a cart strong enough to carry the lion." The woodman immediately set to work by the riverside. He chopped limbs from the trees, shaped them quickly, fastened them with wooden pegs, and crafted 4 sturdy wheels from thick sections of trunk. He worked so swiftly and skillfully that by the time the mice returned, thousands of them, large and small, each with a string in its mouth, the cart was finished. At that moment, Dorothy awoke from her long sleep to find herself surrounded by a sea of mice, all staring at her with timid curiosity. The Scarecrow explained everything, then said with great ceremony, "Dorothy, this is Her Majesty, the Queen of the Field Mice." Dorothy bowed gravely. The queen curtsied in return, and the two became fast friends. Meanwhile, the Scarecrow and the woodman began fastening the strings to the cart. One end tied around each mouse's neck, the other secured to the wooden frame. The cart was enormous compared to them, yet once all were harnessed, they found they could pull it quite easily. The Scarecrow and Tin Woodman even climbed aboard and were drawn swiftly like passengers of the tiniest horses imaginable. They reached the lion, where he slept heavily among the poppies. With great effort, they rolled him onto the cart. The queen quickly commanded her subjects to begin, for she feared even a mouse might fall asleep amid the deadly perfume. At first, the mice could hardly move the load, but the Scarecrow and Tin Woodman pushed from behind. Inch by inch, they made progress, until at last they hauled the lion into the fresh green fields where the air was sweet again. Dorothy ran to meet them and thanked the mice warmly, for she had grown very fond of the great lion and was deeply relieved to see him safe. When all was done, the mice were unhooked and scampered back toward their homes. The queen was the last to leave. "If ever you need us again," she said, "come into the field and call. We shall hear you, and we will come." "Goodbye," cried Dorothy, holding Toto tightly so he would not chase her little majesty. And with that, the queen darted away through the grass. Dorothy sat beside the lion until he awoke, and the Scarecrow brought her fruit from a nearby tree, which she ate for her simple dinner. Chapter 10. The Guardian of the Gate. It was some time before the cowardly lion awakened, for he had lain among the poppies a long while, breathing in their deadly fragrance. But when he did open his eyes and roll off the truck, he was very glad to find himself still alive. "I ran as fast as I could," he said, sitting down and yawning. "But the flowers were too strong for me. How did you get me out?" Then they told him of the field mice and how they had generously saved him. And the cowardly lion laughed and said, "I have always thought myself very big and terrible. Yet such little things as flowers came near to killing me, and such small animals as mice have saved my life. How strange it all is. But comrades, what shall we do now? We must journey on until we find the road of yellow brick again," said Dorothy. "And then we can keep on to the Emerald City." So, the lion being fully refreshed and feeling quite himself again, they all started upon the journey, greatly enjoying the wall through the soft, fresh grass. And it was not long before they reached the road of yellow brick and turned again toward the Emerald City, where the great Oz dwelt. The road was smooth and well paved now, and the country about was beautiful, so that the travelers rejoiced in leaving the forest far behind, and with it the many dangers they had met in its gloomy shades. Once more, they could see fences built beside the road, but these were painted green, and when they came to a small house in which a farmer evidently lived, that was also painted green, they passed by several of these houses during the afternoon. Sometimes, people came to the doors and looked at them as if they would like to ask questions, but no one came near to them, nor spoke to them because of the great lion, of which they were very much afraid. The people were all dressed in clothing of a lovely emerald green color, and wore peaked hats like those of the Munchkins. "This must be the land of Oz," said Dorothy, "and we are surely getting near to the Emerald City." "Yes," answered the Scarecrow, "everything is green here, while in the country of the Munchkins, blue was the favorite color. But the people do not seem to be as friendly as the Munchkins, and I'm afraid we shall be unable to find a place to pass the night. I should like something to eat besides fruit," said the girl. "And I'm sure Toto is hungry too. Let us stop at the next house and talk to the people." So, when they came to a good-sized farmhouse, Dorothy walked boldly up to the door and knocked. A woman opened it just far enough to look out and said, "What do you want, child? And why is that great lion with you?" "We wish to pass the night with you, if you will allow us," answered Dorothy. "And the lion is my friend and comrade, and would not hurt you for the world." "Is he tame?" asked the woman, opening the door a little wider. "Oh, yes," said the girl. "And he is a great coward, too. He will be more afraid of you than you are of him." "Well," said the woman, after thinking it over and taking another peep at the lion, "if that is the case, you may come in, and I will give you some supper and a place to sleep." So they all entered the house, where there were, besides the woman, 2 children and a man. The man had hurt his leg and was lying on the couch in a corner. They seemed greatly surprised to see so strange a company. And while the woman was busy laying the table, the man asked, "Where are you all going?" "To the Emerald City," said Dorothy, "to see the Great Oz." "Oh, indeed," said the man. "Are you sure that Oz will see you?" "Why not?" she replied. "Why, it is said that he never lets anyone come into his presence," the man answered. "I have been to the Emerald City many times, and it is a beautiful and wonderful place. But I have never been permitted to see the Great Oz, nor do I know of any living person who has seen him." "Does he never go out?" asked the Scarecrow. "Never," said the man. "He sits day after day in the great throne room of his palace, and even those who wait upon him do not see him face to face." "What is he like?" asked the girl. "That is hard to tell," said the man thoughtfully. "You see, Oz is a great wizard and can take on any form he wishes, so that some say he looks like a bird, and some say he looks like an elephant, and some say he looks like a cat. To others, he appears as a beautiful fairy or brownie, or in any other form that pleases him. But who the real Oz is, when he is in his own form, no living person can tell." "That is very strange," said Dorothy. "But we must try, in some way, to see him, or we shall have made our journey for nothing." "Why do you wish to see the terrible Oz?" asked the man. "I want him to give me some brains," said the Scarecrow eagerly. "Oh, Oz could do that easily enough," declared the man. "He has more brains than he needs, and I want him to give me a heart," said the Tin Woodman. "We'll not trouble him," continued the man, "for Oz has a large collection of hearts of all shapes and sizes. And I want him to give me courage," said the Cowardly Lion. "Oz keeps a great pot of courage in his throne room," said the man, "but she has covered with a golden plate to keep it from running over. He will be glad to give you some, and I want him to send me back to Kansas said Dorothy. "Where is Kansas?" asked the man with surprise. "I don't know," said Dorothy sorrowfully. "But it is my home, and I'm sure it's somewhere." "Very likely," said the man. "Well, Oz can do anything, so I suppose he will find Kansas for you. First, you must get to see him, and that will be a hard task, for the great wizard does not like to see anyone, and he usually has his own way. What do you want?" he continued, speaking to Toto. Toto only wagged his tail, for, strange to say, he could not speak. The woman now called to them that supper was ready, so they gathered around the table, and Dorothy ate some delicious porridge, and a dish of scrambled eggs, and a plate of nice white bread, and enjoyed her meal. The lion ate some of the porridge, but did not care for it, saying it was made from oats, and oats were food for horses, not for lions. The Scarecrow and the Tin Woodman ate nothing at all, and Toto ate a little of everything and was glad to get a good supper again. The woman now gave Dorothy a bed to sleep in. Toto lay down beside her while the lion guarded the door of her room so she might not be disturbed. The Scarecrow and the Tin Woodman stood up in a corner and kept quiet all night, although, of course, they could not sleep. The next morning, as soon as the sun was up, they started on their way, and soon saw a beautiful green glow in the sky just before them. "It must be the Emerald City," said Dorothy. As they walked on, the green glow became brighter and brighter, and it seemed that at last they were nearing the end of their travels. Yet it was afternoon before they came to the Great Wall that surrounded the city. It was high and thick and of a bright green color. In front of them, and at the end of the road of yellow brick, was a big gate, all studded with emeralds that glittered so in the sun that even the painted eyes of the Scarecrow were dazzled by their brilliancy. There was a bell beside the gate, and Dorothy pushed the button and heard a silvery tinkle sound within. Then the big gate swung slowly open, and they all passed through and found themselves in a high, arched room, the walls of which glistened with countless emeralds. Before them stood a little man about the same size as the Munchkins. He was clothed all in green from his head. His feet, and even his skin, was of a greenish tin. At his side was a large green box. When he saw Dorothy and her companions, the man asked, "What do you wish in the Emerald City?" "We came here to see the Great Oz," said Dorothy. The man was so surprised at this answer that he sat down. "Think it over. It has been many years since anyone asked me to see Oz," he said, shaking his head in perplexity. "He is powerful and terrible. And if you come on an idle or foolish errand to bother the wise reflections of the great wizard, he might be angry and destroy you all in an instant. But it is not a foolish errand, nor an idle one, replied the Scarecrow. It is important, and we have been told that Oz is a good wizard. So he is, said the Green Man, and he rules the Emerald City wisely and well. But to those who are not honest, or who approach him from curiosity, he is most terrible, and few have ever dared to ask to see his face. I am the guardian of the gates, and since you demand to see the great Oz, I must take you to his palace. But first, you must put on the spectacles. Why? Asked Dorothy. Because if you did not wear spectacles, the brightness and glory of the Emerald City would blind you. Even those who live in the city must wear spectacles, night and day. They are all locked on for Oz, so ordered it when the city was first built, and I have the only key that will unlock them. He opened the big box, and Dorothy saw that it was filled with spectacles of every size and shape. All of them had green glass in them. The guardian of the gates found a pair that would just fit Dorothy and put them over her eyes. There were 2 golden bands fastened to them that passed around the back of her head, where they were locked together by a little key that was at the end of a chain the guardian of the gates wore around his neck. When they were on, Dorothy could not take them off had she wished. But of course, she did not wish to be blinded by the glare of the Emerald City, so she said nothing. Then, the Green Man fitted spectacles for the Scarecrow and the Tin Woodman and the Lion, and even on little Toto, and all were locked fast with the key. Then, the guardian of the gates put on his own glasses and told them he was ready to show them to the palace. Taking a big golden key from a peg on the wall, he opened another gate, and they all followed him through the portal into the streets of the Emerald City. Chapter 11. Even with their eyes shaded by the green spectacles, Dorothy and her companions were momentarily dazzled by the brilliance of the Emerald City. The streets shimmered like rivers of polished stone, bordered by graceful houses carved from green marble and studded generously with glittering emeralds. Beneath their feet, the pavement shone with the same lustrous marble, each joint lined with closely set jewels sparkling in the warm sunlight. Even the window panes were green. The very sky above the city glowed with a faint emerald tint, and the beams of the sun seemed to fall in shimmering green rays. People filled the streets, men, women, and children, all dressed in garments of green, their very skin carrying a pale greenish hue. They gazed in wide-eyed wonder at Dorothy and her peculiar companions. At the sight of the great lion, The children squealed and darted behind their mother's skirts. Though no one spoke to them, shops lined the avenues, and Dorothy noticed that everything within them was green as well. Green candies and popcorn, green shoes and hats, green garments of every sort. One cheerful fellow sold green lemonade to children who paid him with bright green pennies. There were no horses or animals at all. The citizens pushed little green carts through the streets instead. Everyone seemed cheerful, content, and prosperous. The guardian of the gates guided them onward until they reached the great building at the very center of the city, the Palace of Oz, the seat of the great wizard. Before its tall doorway stood a soldier wearing a green uniform and sporting an impressively long green beard. "Here are strangers," said the guardian. "They demand audience with Oz." "Step inside," replied the soldier. "I will carry your message to him." Through the palace gates they went, entering a lofty chamber furnished with green carpet and lovely furniture, gleaming with emeralds. The soldier politely asked them to wipe their feet on a green mat, then said, "Please, make yourselves comfortable while I announce your presence." They waited a very long time before he returned. As soon as he did, Dorothy asked eagerly, "Have you seen Oz?" "Oh, no," the soldier answered. "No one has ever seen him, but I spoke to him as he sat behind his screen." "And did you give him our message?" "I did. He says he will grant each of you an audience, if you desire it, but only one at a time, and only one each day." Since they would need to remain several days, he summoned a young maiden dressed in a graceful green silk gown. Her hair and eyes were the soft green of spring leaves. She bowed to Dorothy and said, "Follow me, and I will show you your room." Dorothy, holding Toto in her arms, bid her friends good night and followed the maiden through 7 winding passageways and up 3 flights of stairs until they reached a beautiful chamber at the front of the palace. It was the sweetest little room imaginable. A soft bed made up with sheets of green silk and a velvet counterpane. A tiny fountain in the center that sent up a delicate spray of green scented perfume, green flowers blooming in the windows, and a row of curious little green books filled with comical pictures that made Dorothy laugh. The wardrobe held many gowns, silk, satin, velvet, all perfectly fitted to her. "Make yourself quite at home," said the green girl. "If you wish for anything, ring the bell. Oz will send for you in the morning." Then she left Dorothy to rest. She led the others to pleasant rooms of their own. The politeness, however, was lost on the Scarecrow. Standing just inside the door, he remained upright all night, as resting or closing his eyes was impossible for him. He spent the hours calmly watching a spider spin its web in the corner. The Tin Woodman lay upon his bed out of habit, though he could not sleep. Instead, he moved his joints softly throughout the night to ensure they stayed well oiled. The lion, though he longed for a bed of forest leaves, behaved sensibly. Curling himself upon the mattress, he purred once and fell asleep instantly. The next morning, after breakfast, the maiden returned for Dorothy. She helped her dress in a lovely gown of green brocaded satin. Dorothy tied a green ribbon around Toto's neck, and together they set off toward the throne room. They passed through a grand hall where many ladies and gentlemen of the court waited each morning in fine attire, though none were ever permitted to see Oz. They whispered among themselves when Dorothy entered. "Are you truly going to look upon the face of Oz the Terrible?" one murmured. "Of course," Dorothy answered simply, "if he will see me." "He will," said the soldier who had carried her message, "though at first he was angry and wished me to send you away. But when I described your silver shoes and the mark upon your forehead, he grew curious. In the end, he agreed." Just then, a bell rang. The green girl whispered, "That is the signal. You must enter alone." She opened a small door, and Dorothy stepped bravely through. She found herself in a magnificent circular room. Its walls, floor, and arched ceiling covered entirely with large gleaming emeralds. A great light glowed from the center of the roof, brighter than the sun, making the jewels spark and flash in dazzling patterns. But Dorothy's eyes were drawn immediately to the throne, a great chair of green marble encrusted with gems, upon which rested a tremendous head. It had no body, no arms or legs, and no hair. Yet it possessed a pair of piercing eyes, a nose and a mouth, all enormous, larger than those of any giant. As she stood trembling, the eyes slowly turned and fixed upon her. Then the mouth opened. "I am Oz, the Great and Terrible," said a deep, steady voice. "Who are you? And why do you seek me?" The voice was not as dreadful as she expected. Gathering courage, Dorothy replied, "I am Dorothy, the small and meek. I have come to ask for your help." The eyes studied her for a long moment. "Where did you get your silver shoes?" "From the wicked witch of the east. My house fell upon her and killed her." "And the mark upon your forehead?" "The good witch of the north kissed me when she sent me to you," Dorothy said. The eyes glittered as if satisfied with her honesty. "What do you wish me to do?" asked Oz. "Send me back to Kansas. My Aunt Em and Uncle Henry will be terribly worried." The eyes rolled up, then down, then around the room, as if searching every corner. Finally, they returned to her. And why should I do this for you? Because you are strong, and I am weak, Dorothy pleaded. Because you are a great wizard, and I am only a little girl. But you were strong enough to kill the witch of the East, Oz said. That just happened, Dorothy whispered sadly. I couldn't help it. Oz paused, then spoke gravely. I will send you back, but only if you do something for me first. In this country, everyone must pay for what he receives. If you want me to use my magic on your behalf, you must earn it. What must I do? Dorothy asked. Kill the wicked witch of the West, said Oz. Dorothy gasped. But I cannot. You killed the witch of the East, he reminded her. And the silver shoes you wear are powerful. Only one wicked witch remains in all this land. When she is dead, I will send you home, but not before. Dorothy burst into tears. I have never killed anything on purpose, she cried. If you, the great and terrible Oz, cannot destroy her, how could I? I do not know, he said coldly, but that is my answer. Until the witch of the West is dead, you shall not see your aunt and uncle again. She is wicked, viciously wicked, and deserves to die. Now go, do not ask to see me again until you have done your task. Heartbroken, Dorothy left the throne room. Her friends were waiting anxiously. There is no hope for me, she sobbed. I can never kill the witch of the West. The next morning, the Scarecrow was summoned. To his astonishment, Oz appeared to him as a beautiful lady with flowing green locks and fluttering wings. To the Tin Woodman, Oz appeared as a monstrous beast with 5 eyes, 5 arms, 5 legs, and woolly hair. To the Lion, Oz became a blazing ball of fire whose heat forced him back, trembling. And to each one, Oz gave the same command: kill the wicked witch of the West, and your request shall be granted. Until then, nothing. At last, the friends gathered together again. Dorothy wept softly. We have only one choice, said the Lion. We must go to the land of the Winkies, find the witch, and destroy her. Dorothy shivered. I don't want to kill anybody, she whispered, yet they all agreed to go, for each had something precious to gain. And Dorothy's longing to return home weighed on all their hearts. That night, they slept early, awakened at dawn by the crowing of a green rooster and the cackle of a hen who had just laid a green egg. A new and perilous journey awaited them. Chapter 12. The Search for the Wicked Witch. The soldier with the green whiskers led them through the streets of the Emerald City until they reached the room where the guardian of the gates lived. This officer unlocked their spectacles. to put them back in his great box. And then he politely opened the gate for our friends. "Which road leads us to the Wicked Witch of the West?" asked Dorothy. "There is no road," answered the guardian of the gates. "No one ever wishes to go that way." "How then are we to find her?" inquired the girl. "It will be easy," replied the man. "For when she knows you are in the country of the Winkies, she will find you and make you all her prisoners." "Perhaps not," said the Scarecrow, "for we mean to destroy her." "Oh, that is different," said the guardian of the games. "No one has ever destroyed her before, so I naturally thought she would make prisoners of you, as she has of the rest. But take care, for she is wicked and fierce, and may not allow you to destroy her. Keep to the west, where the sun sets, and you cannot fail to find her." They thanked him and bade him goodbye, and turned toward the west, walking over fields of soft grass, dotted here and there with daisies and buttercups. Dorothy still wore the pretty silk dress she had put on in the palace, but now, to her surprise, she found it was no longer green, but pure white. The ribbon around Toto's neck had also lost its green color and was as white as Dorothy's dress. The Emerald City was soon left, far behind. As they advanced, the ground became rougher and hillier, for there were no farms nor houses in this country of the West, and the ground was untilled. In the afternoon, the sun shone hot in their faces, for there were no trees to offer them shade. And so, before night, Dorothy and Toto and the lion were tired, and lay down upon the grass and fell asleep, with the woodman and the Scarecrow keeping watch. Now the Wicked Witch of the West had but one eye, yet that was as powerful as a telescope and could see everywhere. So as she sat in the door of her castle, she happened to look around and saw Dorothy lying asleep, with her friends all about her. They were a long distance off, but the Wicked Witch was angry to find them in her country, so she blew upon a silver whistle that hung around her neck. At once, there came, running to her from all directions, a pack of great wolves. They had long legs and fierce eyes and sharp teeth. "Go to those people," said the witch, "and tear them to pieces." "Are you not going to make them your prisoners?" asked the leader of the wolves. "No," she answered. "One is of tin and one of straw. One is a girl and another a lion. None of them is fit to work, so you may tear them into small pieces." "Very well," said the wolf, and he dashed away at full speed, followed by the others. It was lucky the Scarecrow and the Woodman were wide awake and heard the wolves coming. "This is my fight," said the Woodman, "so get behind me, and I will meet them as they come." He seized his axe, which he had made very sharp. And as the leader of the wolves came on, the Tin Woodman swung his arm and shouted. The wolf ran away with his tail tucked between his legs. As soon as he could raise his axe, another wolf came up, and he too ran away at the sound of the woodman's cry. There were 40 wolves, and 40 times a wolf was frightened off, so that at last there was peace and quiet. Then he put down his axe and sat beside the Scarecrow, who said, "It was a good fight, friend." They waited until Dorothy awoke the next morning. The little girl was quite frightened when she heard the tale, but the Tin Woodman comforted her. She thanked him for saving them and sat down to breakfast, after which they started again upon their journey. Now this same morning, the wicked witch came to the door of her castle and looked out with her one eye that could see far off. She saw all her wolves scattered across the wilderness, and the strangers still traveling through her country. This made her angrier than before, and she blew her silver whistle twice. Straightaway, a great flock of wild crows came flying toward her, enough to darken the sky. And the wicked witch said to the king, "Crow, sly at once to the strangers. Peck at them and tear them to pieces." The wild crows flew in one great flock toward Dorothy and her companions. When the little girl saw them coming, she was afraid. But the Scarecrow said, "This is my battle, so lie down beside me, and you will not be harmed." So they all lay upon the ground, except the Scarecrow. And he stood up and stretched out his arms. And when the crows saw him, they were frightened, as these birds always are by scarecrows, and did not dare to come any nearer. Then he called to his companions to rise, and again they went upon their journey. When the wicked witch looked out again and saw all her crows scattered across the sky, she got into it, rage, and blew 3 times upon her silver whistle. Forthwith, there was heard a great buzzing in the air, and a swarm of black bees came flying towards her. "Go to the strangers and sting them," commanded the witch, and flew rapidly until they came to where Dorothy and her friends were walking. But the woodman had seen them coming, and the Scarecrow had decided what to do. "Take out my straw and scatter it over the little girl and the dog and the lion," he said to the woodman, "and the bees cannot sting them." This the woodman did. And as Dorothy lay close beside the lion and held Toto in her arms, the straw covered them entirely. The bees came and saw no one but the woodman to sting. So they flew at him and tried to sting him, but found he was made of tin, so they flew off without hurting the woodman at all. Then Dorothy and the lion got up, and the girl helped the Tin Woodman put the straw back into the Scarecrow again, until he was as good as ever. So they started upon their journey once more. The wicked witch was so angry when she saw her black bees scattered across the countryside that she stamped her foot and tore at her hair and gnashed her teeth. She called a dozen of her prisoners, who were the Winkies, and gave them sharp spears, telling them to go to the strangers and destroy them. The Winkies were naturally very peaceful, but they had to do as they were told. So they marched away until they came near to Dorothy. Then the lion gave a great roar and sprang towards them, and the poor Winkies were so frightened that they ran back as fast as they could. When they returned to the castle, the wicked witch was very angry with them and sent them back to their work, after which she sat down to think what she should do next. She could not understand how all her plans to destroy these strangers had failed. But she was a powerful witch as well as a wicked one, and she soon made up her mind how to act. There was in her cupboard a golden cap with a circle of diamonds and rubies running round it. This golden cap had a charm. Whoever owned it could call 3 times upon the winged monkeys, who would obey any order they were given. But no person could command these strange creatures more than 3 times. Twice already, the wicked witch had used the charm of the cat. Once was when she had made the Winkies her prisoner and set herself to rule over their country. The winged monkeys had helped her do this. The second time was when she had fought against the great Oz himself and driven him out of the land of the West. The winged monkeys had also helped her in doing this. Only once more could she use this golden cap, for which reason she did not like to do so, until all her other powers were exhausted. But now that her fierce wolves and her wild crows and her stinging bees and her prisoners had been scared away, she saw there was only one way left to destroy Dorothy and her friends. So the wicked witch took the golden cap from her cupboard and placed it upon her head. Then she stood upon her left foot and slowly recited a charm. Next, she stood upon her right foot and slowly recited more of the charm. After this, she stood upon both feet and cried in a loud voice the final words of the charm. Now the charm began to work. The sky was darkened, and a low rumbling sound was heard in the air. There was a rushing of many wings, a great chattering and laughing, and the sun came out of the dark sky to show the wicked witch surrounded by a crowd of monkeys, each with a pair of immense, powerful wings on his shoulders. One, much bigger than the others, seemed to be their leader. he flew close to the witch and said, "You have called us for the third and last time. What do you command?" "Go to the stranger, who are within my land, and destroy them all." "Accept the lion," said the wicked witch. "Bring that beast to me, for I have a mind to harness him like a horse and make him work." "Your commands will be obeyed," said the leader. Then, with a great deal of chattering and noise, the winged monkeys flew away to the place where Dorothy and her friends were walking. Some of the monkeys seized the Tin Woodman and carried him through the air until they were over a country thickly covered with sharp rocks. Here they left the poor woodman, who could not move well across it with his tin feet. Others of the monkeys caught the Scarecrow, and with their long fingers pulled all of the straw out of his clothes. They made his hat and boots and clothes into a small bundle and threw it into the top branches of a tall tree. The remaining monkeys threw pieces of stout rope around the lion and wound many coils about his body and head and leg until he was unable to bite or scratch or struggle in any way. Then they lifted him up and flew away with him to the witch's castle, where he was placed in a small yard with a high iron fence around it so that he could not escape. But Dorothy, they did not harm at all. She stood with Toto in her arms, watching the sad fate of her comrades and thinking it would soon be her turn. The leader of the winged monkeys flew up to her, his long, hairy arms stretched out and his ugly face grinning terribly. But he saw the mark of the good witch's kiss upon her forehead and stopped short, motioning the others not to touch her. "We dare not harm this little girl," he said to them, "for she is protected by the power of good, and that is greater than the power of evil. All we can do is to carry her to the castle of the wicked witch and leave her there." So, carefully and gently, they lifted Dorothy into their arms and carried her swiftly through the air until they came to the castle, where they set her down upon the front doorstep. Then the leader said to the witch, "We have obeyed you as far as we were able. The Tin Woodman and the Scarecrow have been rendered powerless, and the lion is tied up in your yard. The little girl we dare not harm, nor the dog she carries in her arms. Your power over our band is now ended, and you will never see us again." Then all the winged monkeys, with much laughing and chattering and noise, flew into the air and were soon out of sight. The wicked witch was both surprised and worried when she saw the mark on Dorothy's forehead, for she knew well that neither the winged monkeys nor she herself dare hurt the girl in any way. She looked down at Dorothy's feet, and seeing the silver shoes, began to tremble with fear, for she knew what a powerful charm belonged to them. At first, the witch was tempted to run away from Dorothy, but she happened to look into the child's eyes and saw how simple the soul beheld. Them was. And the little girl did not know of the power the silver shoes gave her. So the wicked witch laughed to herself and thought, I can still keep her as my prisoner, for she does not know how to use her power. Then she said to Dorothy, harshly and severely, Come with me, and see that you mind everything I tell you, for if you do not, I will make an end of you, as I did of the Tin Woodman and the Scarecrow. Dorothy followed her through many of the beautiful rooms in her castle until they came to the kitchen, where the witch bade her to clean the pots and kettles and sweep the floor, and keep the fire fed with wood. Dorothy went to work meekly, with her mind made up to work as hard as she could, for she was glad the wicked witch had decided not to kill her. With Dorothy hard at work, the witch thought she would go into the courtyard and harness the cowardly lion like a horse. It would amuse her. She was sure to make him draw her chariot whenever she wished to. Go to drive. But as she opened her gate, the lion gave a loud roar and bounded at her so fiercely that the witch was afraid and ran out and shut the gate again. If I cannot harness you, said the witch to the lion, speaking through the bars of the gate, I can punish you. You shall have nothing to eat until you do as I wish. So, after that, she took no food to the imprisoned lion. But every day she came to the gate at noon and asked, Are you ready to be harnessed like a horse? And the lion would answer, No. If you come in this yard, I will bite you. The reason the lion did not have to do as the witch wished was that every night, while the woman was asleep, Dorothy carried him food from the cupboard. After he had eaten, he would lie down on his bed of straw, and Dorothy would lie beside him and put her head on his soft, shaggy mane, while they talked of their troubles and tried to plan some way of escape, but they could find no way to get out of the castle, for it was constantly guarded by the Winkies, who were prisoners of the Wicked Witch, and too afraid of her not to do as she told them. The girl had to work hard during the day, and often the witch menaced her with the old umbrella she always carried in her hand. But in truth, she did not dare to strike Dorothy because of the mark upon her forehead. The child did not know this and was fearful for herself and for Toto. Dorothy's life became very sad as she grew to understand that it would be harder than ever to get back to Kansas and Aunt Em again. Sometimes she would cry with Toto sitting at her feet and looking into her face, whining to show how sorry he was for his little mistress. Toto did not really care whether he was in Kansas or the land of Oz, so long as Dorothy was with him. But he knew the little girl was unhappy, and that made him unhappy too. Now the wicked witch had a great longing to have for her own the silver shoes, which the girl always wore, her bees and her crows. Her wolves were gone, and she had to use up all the power of the golden cap. But if she could only get hold of the silver shoes, they would give her more power than all the other things she had lost. She watched Dorothy carefully to see if she ever took off her shoes, thinking she might steal them. But the child was so proud of her pretty shoes that she never took them off, except at night, when she took her bath. The witch was too much afraid of the dark to dare go in Dorothy's room at night to take the shoes, and her dread of water was greater than her fear of the dark, so she never came near when Dorothy was bathing, touched water, nor ever let water touch her in any way. But the wicked creature was very cunning, and she finally thought of a trick that would give her what she wanted. She placed a bar of iron in the middle of the kitchen floor, and then, by her magic arts, made the iron invisible to human eyes, so that when Dorothy walked across the floor, she stumbled over the bar, not being able to see it, and fell at full length. She was not hurt, but in her fall, one of the silver shoes came off, and before she could reach it, the witch had snatched it away and put it on her own skinny foot. The wicked witch was greatly pleased with the success of her trick, for as long as she had one of the shoes, she owned half of the power of their charm, and Dorothy could not use it against her, even had she known how to do so. The little girl, seeing she had lost one of her pretty shoes, grew angry and said to the witch, "Give me back my shoe." "I will not," retorted the witch, "for it is now my shoe and not yours." "You are a wicked creature," said Dorothy. "You have no right to take my shoe from me. I shall keep it just the same," said the witch, laughing at her. "And someday I shall get the other one from you too." This made Dorothy so very angry that she picked up the bucket of water that stood near and dashed it over the witch, wetting her from head to foot. Instantly, the wicked witch gave a loud cry of fear, and then, as Dorothy looked at her in wonder, the witch began to shrink and fall away. "See what you've done," she said. "In a minute, I shall melt away." "I am very sorry indeed," said Dorothy, who was truly frightened to see the witch actually melting away like brown sugar before her very eyes. Didn't you know water would be the end of me?" asked the witch in a wailing, despairing voice. "Of course not," answered Dorothy. "How should I?" "Well, in a few minutes, I shall be all melted, and you will have the castle to yourself," said the witch. "I have been wicked in my day, but I never thought a little girl like you would ever be able to melt me and end my wicked deeds. Look out, here I go." With these words, the witch fell down in a brown, melted, shapeless mass and began to spread over the clean boards of the kitchen floor, seeing that she had really melted away to nothing. Dorothy drew another bucket of water and threw it over the mess. She then swept it all out the door. After picking out the silver shoe, which was all that was left of the old woman, she cleaned and dried it with a cloth and put it on her foot again. Then, being at last free to do as she chose, she ran out to the courtyard to tell the lion that the wicked witch of the West had come to an end, and they were no longer prisoners in a strange land. Chapter 13. The Rescue. The cowardly lion was much pleased to hear that the wicked witch had been melted by a bucket of water, and Dorothy, at once, unlocked the gate and set him free. They went in together to the castle, where Dorothy's first act was to call all the Winkies together and tell them that they were no longer prisoners. There was a great rejoicing amongst the Winkies, for they had been made to work hard during many years for the wicked witch. They kept this day as a holiday then, and ever after, and spent the time in feasting and dancing. If our friends, the Scarecrow and the Tin Woodman, were only with us, said the lion, I should be quite happy. Don't you suppose we could rescue them? Asked the girl anxiously. We can try, answered the lion. So they called the Winkies and asked them if they would help to rescue their friends. And the Winkies said that they would be delighted to do all in their power for Dorothy, who had set them free. So she chose a number of the Winkies, who looked as if they knew the most, and they all started away. They traveled that day and part of the night until they came to the rocky plain, where the Tin Woodman was stranded and badly rusted. His axe was near him, but the blade was rusted and the handle broken off short. The Winkies lifted him tenderly in their arms and carried him back to the yellow castle, for yellow was the color of this land. Dorothy shed a few tears, by the way, at the plight of her old friend, and the lion looked sober and sorry. When they reached the castle, Dorothy said to the Winkies, Are any of your people tinsmiths? Oh yes, some of us are very good tinsmiths, they told her. Then bring them to me, she said. And when the tinsmiths came, bringing with them all their tools in baskets, she inquired, Can you straighten out the Tin Woodman and mend any of his broken pieces? and oil him well again. The tinsmiths looked the woodman over carefully, and then answered that they could mend him, so he would be as good as ever. So they set to work in one of the big yellow rooms of the castle, and worked for 3 days and 4 nights, hammering and twisting and bending and soldering and polishing and pounding until at last the Tin Woodman was in perfect form and his joints worked as well as ever. When at last he walked into Dorothy's room and thanked her for rescuing him, he was so pleased that he wept tears of joy, and Dorothy had to wipe every tear carefully from his face with her apron, so his joints would not be rusted at the same time. Her own tears fell thick and fast at the joy of meeting her old friend again. And these tears did not need to be wiped away. As for the lion, he wiped his eyes so often with the tip of his tail that it became quite wet, and he was obliged to go out into the courtyard and hold it in the sun till it dried. If only we had the Scarecrow with us again, said the Tin Woodman, when Dorothy had finished telling him everything that had happened. I should be quite happy. We must try to find him, said the girl. So she called the Winkies to help her. Together, they walked all that day and part of the next until they came to the tall tree, in the branches of which the winged monkeys had tossed the Scarecrow's clothes. It was a very tall tree, and the trunk was so smooth that no one could climb it. But the woodman said at once, "I'll chop it down, and then we can get the Scarecrow's clothes." Now, while the tinsmiths had been at work mending the woodman himself, another of the Winkies, who was a goldsmith, had made an axe handle of solid gold and fitted it into the woodman's axe instead of the old, broken handle. Others polished the blade until all the rust was removed, and it glistened like burnished silver. As soon as he had spoken, the Tin Woodman began to chop. In a short time, the tree fell over with a crash, whereupon the Scarecrow's clothes fell out of the branches and rolled off on the ground. Dorothy picked them up and had the Winkies carry them back to the castle, where they were stuck with nice, clean straw. And behold, here was the Scarecrow, as good as ever, thanking them over and over again for saving him. Now that they were reunited, Dorothy and her friends spent a few happy days at the Yellow Castle, where they found everything they needed to make them comfortable. But one day, the girl thought of Aunt Em and said, "We must go back to Oz and claim his promise." "Yes," said the woodman. "At last I shall get my heart, and I shall get my brains," added the Scarecrow, joyfully. "And I shall get my," said the lion thoughtfully. "And I shall get back to Kansas," cried Dorothy, clapping her hands. "Oh, let us start for the Emerald City tomorrow." This they decided to do. The next day, they called the Winkies together and bade them goodbye. The Winkies were sorry to have them go, and they had grown so fond of the Tin Woodman that they begged him to stay and rule over them in the land of the West. Finding they were determined to go, the Winkies gave Toto and the lion each a golden collar, and to Dorothy they presented a beautiful bracelet studded with diamonds, and to the Scarecrow they gave a gold-headed walking stick to keep him from stumbling, and to the Tin Woodman they offered a silver oil can with gold and set with precious jewels. Every one of the travelers made the Winkies a pretty speech in return, and all shook hands with them until their arms were tired. Dorothy went to the witch's cupboard to fill her basket with food for the journey, and there she saw the golden cat. She tried it on her own head and found that it fitted her exactly. She did not know anything about the charm of the golden cap, but she saw it was pretty, so she made up her mind to wear it and carry her sunbonnet in her basket. Then, being prepared for the journey, they all started for the Emerald City, and the Winkies gave them 3 cheers and many good wishes to carry with them. Chapter 14. The Winged Monkeys. You will remember that there was no road, not even a pathway, between the castle of the Wicked Witch and the Emerald City. When the 4 travelers went in search of the witch, she had seen them coming, and so sent the winged monkeys to bring them to her. It was much harder to find their way back through the big fields of buttercups and the yellow daisies than it was being carried. They knew, of course, they must go straight east toward the rising sun, and they started off in the right way. But at noon, when the sun was over their heads, they did not know which was east and which was west, and that was the reason. They were lost in the great fields. They kept on walking, however, and at night the moon came out and shone brightly, so they lay down among the sweet-smelling yellow flowers and slept soundly until morning, all but the Scarecrow and the Tin Woodman. The next morning, the sun was behind a cloud, but they started on as if they were quite sure which way they were going. "If we walk far enough," said Dorothy, "I'm sure we shall sometime come to some place." But day by day passed away, and they still saw nothing before them but the scarlet fields. The Scarecrow began to grumble a bit. "We have surely lost our way," he said, "and unless we find it again, in time to reach the Emerald City, I shall never get my brains, nor I my heart," declared the Tin Woodman. "It seems to me I can scarcely wait till I get to Oz, and you must admit, this is a very long journey." "You see," said the cowardly lion with a whimper, "I haven't the courage to keep tramping forever without getting anywhere at all." Then Dorothy lost heart. She sat down on the grass and looked at her companions, and they sat down and looked at her. And Toto found that for the first time in his life, he was too tired to chase a butterfly that flew past his head. So he put out his tongue and panted and looked at Dorothy as if to ask what they should do next. "Suppose we call the field mice," she suggested. "They could probably tell us the way to the Emerald City." "To be sure they could," said the Scarecrow. "Why didn't we think of that before?" Dorothy blew the little whistle she had always carried about her neck since the Queen of the Mice had given it to her. In a few minutes, they heard the pattering of tiny feet, and many of the small gray mice came running up to her. Among them was the Queen itself, who asked in her squeaky little voice, "What can I do for my friends?" "We have lost our way," said Dorothy. "Can you tell us where the Emerald City is?" "Certainly," answered the Queen. "But it is a great way off, for you have had it at your backs all this time." Then she noticed Dorothy's golden cap and said, "Why don't you use the charm of the cap and call the winged monkeys to you? They will carry you to the city of Oz in less than an hour." "I didn't know there was a charm," answered Dorothy in surprise. "What is it?" "It is written inside the golden cap," replied the Queen of the Mice. "But if you're going to call the winged monkeys, we must run away, for they are full of mischief and think it is great fun to plague us." "Won't they hurt me?" asked the girl anxiously. "Oh no, they must obey the wearer of the cap. Goodbye." And she scampered out of sight with all the mice hurrying after her. Dorothy looked inside the golden cap and saw some words written upon the lining. These, she thought, must be the charm. So she read the directions carefully and put the cap upon her head. She said the first part of the charm while standing on her left foot. "What did you say?" asked the Scarecrow, who did not know what she was doing. Dorothy went on with the next part, standing this time on her right foot. "Hello," replied the Tin Woodman calmly. Dorothy, who was now standing on both feet, said the final words. This ended the saying of the charm, and they heard a great chattering and flapping of wings as the band of winged monkeys flew up to them. The king bowed low before Dorothy and asked, "What is your command?" "We wish to go to the Emerald City," said the child, "and we have lost our way." "We will carry you," replied the king, and no sooner had he spoken than two of the monkeys caught Dorothy in their arms and flew away with her. Others took the Scarecrow and the Woodman and the Lion, and one little monkey seized Toto and flew after them, although the dog tried hard to bite him without success. The Scarecrow and the Tin Woodman were rather frightened at first, for they remembered how badly the winged monkeys had treated them before. But they saw that no harm was intended. So they rode through the air quite cheerfully and had a fine time looking at the pretty gardens and woods far below them. Dorothy found herself riding easily between two of the biggest monkeys. One of them, the king himself, they had made a chair of their hands and were careful not to hurt her. "Why do you have to obey the charm of the golden cap?" she asked. "That is a long story," answered the king with a winged laugh. "But as we have a long journey before us, I will pass the time by telling you about it, if you wish." "I shall be glad to hear it," she replied. "Once," began the leader, "we were a free people, living happily in the great forest, flying from tree to tree, eating nuts and fruit, and doing just as we pleased, without anybody commanding us. Perhaps some of us were rather too full of mischief at times, flying down to pull the tails of the animals that had no wings, chasing birds and throwing nuts at the people who walked in the forest. But we were careless and happy and full of fun and enjoyed every minute of the day. This was many years ago, long before Oz came out of the clouds to rule over this land. There lived here then, away at the north, a beautiful princess, who was also a beautiful sorceress. All her magic was used to help the people, and she was never known to hurt anyone who was good. Her name was Guyla, and she lived in a handsome palace built from great blocks of ruby. Everyone loved her, but her greatest sorrow was that she could find no one to love in return, since all the eligible people were much too stupid and ugly to be with one so beautiful and wise. At last, however, she found a boy who was handsome and wise beyond his years. Guyalette made up her mind that when he grew to be a man, she would make him her husband. So, she took him to her ruby palace and used all her magic powers to make him as strong and good and lovely as anyone could wish. When he grew, Huelala, as he was called, was said to be the best and wisest man in all the land, while his beauty was so great that Guyalette loved him dearly and hastened to make everything ready for the wedding. My grandfather was, at that time, the king of the winged monkeys, which lived in the forest near Gaylette's palace. The old fellow loved a joke better than a good dinner. One day, just before the wedding, my grandfather was flying out with his band when he saw Quelela walking beside the river. He was dressed in a rich costume of pink silk and purple velvet, and my grandfather thought he would see what he could do at his word. The band flew down and seized Quelela, carried him in their arms until they were over the middle of the river, and then dropped him into the water. "Swim out, my fine fellow," cried my grandfather, and see if the water has spotted your clothes." Quelela was much too wise not to swim, and he was not in the least spoiled by all his good fortune. He laughed when he came to the top of the water and swam into shore. But when Jeole came running out to him, she found his silks and velvet all ruined by the river. The princess was angry, and she knew, of course, who did it. She had all the winged monkeys brought before her, and she said at first that they should be dropped in the river. But my grandfather pleaded hard, for he knew the monkeys would drown in the river if their wings were tied and crossed. Said a kind word for them also, so that Gaylet finally spared them, on condition that the winged monkeys should ever after do 3 times the bidding of the owner of the golden cap. This cap had been made for a wedding present to Quelela, and it is said to have cost the princess half her kingdom. Of course, my grandfather and all the other monkeys at once agreed to the condition, and that is how it happens that we are 3 times under the will of the owner of the golden cab, whosoever they may be. "And what became of them?" asked Dorothy, who had been greatly interested in the story. "Quelela, being the first owner of the golden cab," replied the monkey. "He was the first to lay his wishes upon us, as Gaylet could not bear the sight of us. He called us all to him in the forest after he had married her, and ordered us to always keep where she could never again set eyes on a winged monkey, which we were glad to do, for we were all afraid of her. This was all we ever had to do until the golden cat fell into the hands of the wicked witch of the West, who made us capture the Winkies and afterwards drive Oz himself out of the land of the West. Now the golden cap is yours, and 3 times you have the right to lay your wishes upon us." As the monkey finished his story, Dorothy looked down and saw the green, shining walls of the Emerald City before them. She wondered at the rapid flight of the monkeys, but was glad the journey was over. The strange creatures set the travelers down carefully before the gate of the city. The king bowed low to Dorothy and then flew swiftly away, followed by all his band. "That was a good ride," said the little girl. "Yes, and a quick way out of our troubles," replied the lion. "How lucky it was that you brought away that wonderful cab." Chapter 15. The Discovery of Oz the Terrible. The 4 travelers walked up to the great gate of the Emerald City and rang the bell. After ringing several times, it was opened by the same guardian of the gates they had met before. "What? Are you back again?" he asked in surprise. "Do you not see us?" answered the Scarecrow. "But I thought you had gone to visit the wicked witch of the West," the guardian said. "We did visit her," said the Scarecrow. "And she let you go again?" asked the man in wonder. she could not help it, for she is melted," explained the Scarecrow. "Melt? That is good news indeed," said the man. "Who melted her?" "It was Dorothy," said the lion gravely. "Good gracious," said the man, and he bowed very low indeed before her. Then he led them into his little room and locked the spectacles from the great box on all their eyes, just as he had done before. Afterward, they passed on through the gate into the Emerald City. When the people heard from the guardian of the gates that Dorothy had melted the wicked witch of the West, they all gathered around the travelers and followed them in a great crowd to the Palace of Oz. The soldier with the green whiskers was still on guard before the door, but he let them in at once, and they were again met by the beautiful Green, who showed each of them to their old rooms at once, so they might rest until the great Oz was ready to receive them. The soldier had the news carried straight to Oz that Dorothy and the other travelers had come back again after destroying the wicked witch. But Oz made no reply. They thought the great wizard would send for them at once, but he did not. They had no word from him the next day, nor the next, nor the next. The waiting was tiresome and wearing, and at last they grew vexed that Oz should treat them in so poor a fashion after sending them to undergo such hardships. So the Scarecrow, at last, asked the green girl to take another message to Oz, saying if he did not let them in to see him at once, they would call the winged monkeys to help them and find out whether he kept his promises or not. When the wizard was given this message, he was so frightened that he sent word for them to come to the throne room at 4 minutes after 9 o'clock the next morning. He had once met the winged monkeys in the land of the West, and he did not wish to meet them again. The 4 travelers passed a sleepless night, each thinking of the gift Oz had promised to bestow on him. Dorothy fell asleep only once, and then she dreamed she was in Kansas, where Aunt Em was telling her how glad she was to have her little girl home again. Promptly, at 9 o'clock the next morning, the green, whiskered soldier came to get them, and 4 minutes later, they all went into the throne room of the great Oz. Of course, each one of them expected to see the wizard in the shape he had taken before, and all were greatly surprised when they looked about and saw no one at all in the room. They kept close to the door and closer to one another, for the stillness of the empty room was more dreadful than any of the forms they had seen Oz take. Presently, they heard a solemn voice that seemed to come from somewhere near the top of the great dome, and it said, "I am Oz, the great and terrible. Why do you seek me?" They looked again in every part of the room, and then, "No one," Dorothy asked. "Where are you?" "I am everywhere," answered the voice. but to the eyes of common mortals. I am invisible. I will now seat myself upon my throne, that you may converse with me." Indeed, the voice seemed just then to come straight from the throne itself. So they walked toward it and stood in a row, while Dorothy said, "We have come to claim our promise, O Oz." "What promise?" asked Oz. "You promised to send me back to Kansas when the witch was destroyed," said the girl. "And you promised to give me brains," said the Scarecrow. "And you promised to give me a heart," said the Tin Woodman. "And you promised to give me courage," said the Cowardly Lion. "Is the Wicked Witch really destroyed?" asked the voice, and Dorothy thought it trembled a little. "Yes," she answered. "I melted her with a bucket of water." "Dear me," said the voice. "How sudden. Well, come to me tomorrow, for I must have time to think it over." "You've had plenty of time already," said the Tin Woodman. "We shan't wait a day longer," said the Scarecrow. "You must keep your promises to us," said Dorothy. The lion thought it might be as well to frighten the wizard, so he gave a loud roar, which was so fierce and dreadful that Toto jumped away from him in alarm and tipped over the screen that stood in a corner. As it fell with a crash, they looked that way, and the next moment, all of them were filled with wonder, for they saw, standing in just the spot the screen had hidden, a little old man with a bald head and a wrinkled face, who seemed to be as much surprised as they were. The Tin Woodman, raising his axe, rushed toward the little man and cried out, "Who are you?" "I am Oz, the Great and Terrible," said the little man in a trembling voice. "But don't strike me. Please don't, and I'll do anything you want me to." Our friends looked at him in surprise and dismay. "I thought Oz was a great," said Dorothy. "And I thought Oz was a lovely lady," said the Scarecrow. "And I thought Oz was a ball of fire," said the lion. "No, you are all wrong," said the little man meekly. "I have been making believe." "Making believe," said Dorothy. "Are you not a great wizard?" "Hush, my dear," he said. "Don't speak so loud, or you will be overheard, and I should be ruined. I'm supposed to be a great wizard, and aren't you?" she asked. "Not a bit of it, my dear," he said. "I'm just a common man." "You're more than that," said the Scarecrow in a grieved tone. "You're a humbug." "Exactly so," declared the man, rubbing his hands together as if it pleased him. "I'm a humbug." "Terrible," said the Tin Woodman. "How shall I ever get my heart, or I my courage?" asked the lion. "Or I my brains," said the Scarecrow, wiping the tears from his eyes with his coat sleeve. "My dear friend," said Oz, I pray you not to speak of these little things. Think of me and the terrible trouble I'm in at being found out." "Doesn't anyone else know you're a humbug?" asked Dorothy. "No one knows it, but you four and myself," replied Oz. "I have fooled everyone so long that I thought I should never be found out. It was a great mistake, my ever letting you into the throne room. Usually, I will not see even my subjects, and so they believe I am something terrible." "But I don't understand," said Dorothy in bewilderment. "How was it that you appeared to me as a great head?" "It was one of my tricks," answered Oz. "Step this way, please, and I will tell you all about it." He led the way to a small chamber in the rear of the throne room, and they all followed him. He pointed to one corner in which lay the great head, made out of many thicknesses of paper and with a carefully painted face. "This I hung from the ceiling by a wire," said Oz. "I stood behind the screen and pulled a thread to make the eyes move and the mouth open." "But how about the voice?" she inquired. "Oh, I am a ventriloquist," said the little man. "I can throw the sound of my voice wherever I wish so that you thought it was coming out of the head. Here are other things I used to deceive you." He showed the Scarecrow the dress and the mask he had worn when he seemed to be the lovely lady. And the Tin Woodman saw that his terrible beast was nothing but a lot of cloth sewn together with slats to keep the sides out. As for the ball of fire, the false wizard had hung that also from the ceiling. It was really a ball of cotton, but when oil was poured upon it, the ball burned fiercely. "Really," said the Scarecrow, "you ought to be ashamed of yourself for being such a humbug." "I am. I certainly am," answered the little man sorrowfully. "It was the only thing I could do. Sit down, please. There are plenty of chairs, and I will tell you my story." So they sat down and listened while he told the following tale. "I was born in Omaha, Nebraska," he began. "Why, that isn't very far from Kansas," said Dorothy. "No, it's farther from here," he said, shaking his head at her sadly. "When I grew up, I became a ventriloquist, and at that, I was very well trained by a great master who can imitate any kind of a bird or beast." Here he mewed so like a kitten that Toto pricked up his ears and looked everywhere to see where she was. "After a time," continued Oz, "I tired of that and became a balloonist." "What is that?" asked Dorothy. "A man who goes up in a balloon on circus day so as to draw a crowd of people together and get them to pay to see the circus," he explained. "Oh," she said, "I know. Well, one day I went up in a balloon and the ropes got twisted, so that I couldn't come down again. said Oz. It went way up above the clouds, so far that a current of air struck it and carried it many, many miles away. For a day and a night, I traveled through the air, and on the morning of the second day, I awoke and found the balloon floating over a strange and beautiful country. It came down gradually, and I was not hurt a bit, but I found myself in the midst of a strange people who, seeing me come from the clouds, thought I was a great wizard. Of course, I let them think so, because they were afraid of me and promised to do anything I wished them to, just to amuse myself and keep the good people busy. I ordered them to build this city and my palace, and they did it, willingly and well. Then I thought, as the country was so green and beautiful, I would call it the Emerald City, and to make the name fit better, I put green spectacles on all the people so that everything they saw was green. But isn't everything here green? Asked Dorothy. No more than any other city, replied Oz. But when you wear green spectacles, why, of course, everything you see looks green to you. The Emerald City was built a great many years ago, for I was a young man when the balloon brought me here, and I'm a very old man now. But my people have worn green glasses on their eyes so long that most of them think it really is an Emerald City. And it certainly is a beautiful place, abounding in jewels and precious metals, and every good thing that is needed to make one happy. I have been good to the people, and they like me. But ever since this palace was built, I have shut myself up and would not see any of them. One of my greatest fears was the witches. For while I had no magical powers at all, I soon found out that the witches were really able to do wonderful things. There were 4 of them in this country, and they ruled the people who live in the north and the south and east and west. Fortunately, the witches of the north and south were good, and I knew they would do me no harm. But the witches of the east and west, terribly wicked, and had they not thought I was more powerful than they themselves, they would surely have destroyed me. As it was, I lived in deadly fear of them for many years, so you can imagine how pleased I was when I heard your house had fallen on the wicked witch of the east. When you came to me, I was willing to promise anything if you would only do away with the other witch. But now that you have melted her, I'm ashamed to say that I cannot keep my promises. I think you are a very bad man, said Dorothy. Oh no, my dear, I'm really a very good man, but I'm a very bad wizard, I must admit, said Oz. Can't you give me brains? Asked the Scarecrow. You don't need them, Oz replied. You're learning something every day. A baby has brains, but it doesn't know much. Experience is the only thing that brings knowledge. And the longer you are on Earth, the more experience you are sure to get. That may be true, said the Scarecrow, but I shall be very unhappy unless you give me brains. The false wizard looked at him carefully. Well, he said with a sigh, I'm not much of a magician, as I said. But if you will come to me tomorrow morning, I will stuff your head with brains. Cannot tell you how to use them, however. You must find that out for yourself. Thank you. Thank you, said the Scarecrow. I'll find a way to use them. Never fear. But how about my courage? Said the Lion anxiously. You have plenty of courage, I'm sure, answered Oz. All you need is confidence in yourself. There is no living thing that is not afraid when it faces danger. The true courage is facing danger when you are afraid. And that kind of courage you have in plenty. Perhaps I have, but I'm scared all the same, said the Lion. I shall really be very unhappy unless you give me the sort of courage that makes one forget he is afraid. Very well. I will give you that sort of courage tomorrow, replied Oz. How about my heart? Asked the Tin Woodman. As for that, answered Oz, I think you are wrong to want a heart. It makes most people unhappy. If you only knew it, you are in luck not to have a heart. That must be a matter of opinion, said the Tin Woodman. For my part, I will bear all the unhappiness without a murmur if you will give me the heart. Very well, answered Oz meekly. Come to me tomorrow, and you shall have a heart. I have played wizard for so many years that I may as well continue the part a little longer. And now, said Dorothy, how am I to get back to Kansas? We shall have to think about that, replied the little man. Give me 2 or 3 days to consider the matter, and I'll try to find a way to carry you over the desert. In the meantime, you shall all be treated as my guests, and while you live in the palace, my people will wait upon you and obey your slightest wish. There is only one thing I ask in return for my help, such as it is. You must keep my secret and tell no one. I am a humbug. They agreed to say nothing of what they had learned and went back to their rooms in high spirits. Even Dorothy had hoped that the great and terrible Humbug, as she called him, would find a way to send her back to Kansas. And if he did, she was willing to forgive him everything. Chapter 16. The Magic Art of the Great Humbug. Next morning, the Scarecrow said to his friends, "Congratulate me. I am going to Oz to get my brains at last. When I return, I shall be as other men are. I have always liked you as you were," said Dorothy, simply. "It's kind of you to like a scarecrow," he replied. "But surely you will think more of me when you hear the splendor. My new brain is going to turn out." Then he said goodbye to them all in a cheerful voice and went to the throne room, where he rapped upon the door. "Come in," said Oz. The Scarecrow went in and found the little man sitting down by the window, engaged in deep thought. "I have come for my brains," remarked the Scarecrow, a little uneasily. "Oh, yes. Sit down in that chair, please," replied Oz. "You must excuse me for taking your head off, but I shall have to do it in order to put your brains in the proper place." "That's all right," said the Scarecrow. "You are quite welcome to take my head off, as long as it will be a better one when you put it on again." So, the wizard unfastened his head and emptied out the straw. Then he entered the back room and took up a measure of bran, which he mixed with a great many pins. Having shaken them together thoroughly, he filled the top of the Scarecrow's head with the mixture and stuffed the rest of the space with straw to hold it in place. When he had fastened the Scarecrow's head on his body again, he said to him, "Hereafter, you will be a great man, for I have given you a lot of brand new brains." The Scarecrow was both pleased and proud at the fulfillment of his greatest wish. And having thanked Oz warmly, he went back to his friends. Dorothy looked at him curiously. His head was quite bulged out at the top with brains. "How do you feel?" she asked. "I feel wise indeed," he answered earnestly. "When I get used to my brains, I shall know everything." "Why are those pins sticking out of your head?" asked the Tin Woodman. "That is proof that he is sharp," remarked the lion. "Well, I must go to Oz and get my heart," said the woodman. So he walked to the throne room and knocked on the door. "Come in," said Oz. The woodman entered and said, "I have come for my heart." "Very well," answered the little man, "but I shall have to make a hole in your chest so I can put your heart in the right place. I hope it won't hurt you." "Oh no," answered the woodman. "I shall not feel it at all." So Oz brought a pair of tinsmith's shears, cut a small square hole in the left side of the Tin Woodman's breast. Then, going to a chest of drawers, he took out a pretty heart made entirely of silk and stuffed with sawdust. "Isn't it a beauty?" he asked. "'Tis indeed," replied the woodman, who was greatly pleased. "But is it a kind heart?" "Oh, very," answered Oz. He put the heart in the woodman's breast and then replaced the square of tin, soldering it neatly together where it had been cut. "There," said he. "Now you have a heart that any man might be proud of." I'm sorry I had to put a patch on your chest, but it really couldn't be hell." "Never mind the patch," said the happy woodman. "I am very grateful to you and shall never forget your kindness." "Don't speak of it," replied Oz. Then the Tin Woodman went back to his friends, who wished him every joy on account of his good fortune. The lion now walked to the throne room and knocked at the door. "Come in," said Oz. "I have come for my courage," announced the lion, entering the room. "Very well," answered the little man. "I will get it for you." He went to a cupboard and, reaching up to a high shelf, took down a square green bottle, the contents of which he poured into a green gold ditch, beautifully carved, placing this before the cowardly lion, who sniffed at it. As if he did not like it, the wizard said, "Drink." "What is it?" asked the lion. "Well," answered Oz, "if it were inside of you, it would be courage. You know, of course, that courage is always inside one, so this really cannot be called courage until you have swallowed it. Therefore, I advise you to drink it as soon as possible." The lion hesitated no longer, but drank till the dish was empty. "How do you feel now?" asked Oz. "Full of courage," replied the lion, who went joyfully back to his friends to tell them of his good fortune. Oz, left to himself, smiled to think of his success in giving the Scarecrow and the Tin Woodman and the lion exactly what they thought they wanted. "How can I help being a humbug?" he said. "And all these people make me do things that everybody knows can't be done." It was easy to make the Scarecrow and the lion and the woodman happy, because they imagined I could do anything. But it will take more than imagination to carry Dorothy back to Kansas. And I'm sure I don't know. Chapter 17. How the balloon was launched. For 3 days, Dorothy heard nothing from Oz. These were sad days for the little girl, although her friends were all quite happy and contented. The Scarecrow told them there were wonderful thoughts in his head, that he would not say what they were, because he knew no one could understand them but himself. When the Tin Woodman walked about, he felt his heart cling around in his breast, and he told Dorothy he had discovered it to be a kinder and more tender heart than the one he had owned when he was made of flesh. The lion declared he was afraid of nothing on earth and would gladly face an army or a dozen of the fierce Kalidars. Thus, each of the little party was satisfied, except Dorothy, who longed more than ever to get back to Kansas. On the 4th day, to her great joy, Oz sent for her. And when she entered the throne room, he greeted her pleasantly. Sit down, my dear. Think I have found the way to get you out of this country and back to Kansas? She asked, eagerly. Well, I'm not sure about Kansas, said Oz, for I haven't the faintest notion which way it lies. But the first thing to do is to cross the desert, and then it should be easy to find your way home. How can I cross the desert? She inquired. Well, I'll tell you what I think, said the little man. You see, when I came to this country, it was in a balloon. You also came through the air being carried by a cyclone. So I believe the best way to get across the desert will be through the air. Now it is quite beyond my powers to make a cyclone, but I've been thinking the matter over, and I believe I can make a balloon. Now, asked Dorothy. A balloon, said Oz, is made of silk, which is coated with glue to keep the gas in it. I have plenty of silk in the palace, so it will be no trouble to make the balloon. But in all this country, there is no gas to fill the balloon with to make it float. If it won't float, remarked Dorothy, it will be of no use to us. True, answered Oz. But there is another way to make it float, which is to fill it with hot air. Hot air isn't as good as gas, for if the air should get cold, the balloon would come down in the desert and we should be lost. We? Asked the girl. Are you going with me? Yes, of course, replied Oz. I am tired of being such a humbug. If I should go out of this palace, my people would soon discover I am not a wizard. And then they would be vexed with me for having deceived them. So I have to stay shut up in these rooms all day, and it gets tiresome. I'd much rather go back to Kansas with you and be in a circus again. I shall be glad to have your company, said Dorothy. Thank you, he answered. Now, if you will help me sew the silk together, we will begin to work on our balloon. So, Dorothy took a needle and thread, and as fast as Oz cut the strips of silk into proper shape, the girls sewed them neatly together. First, there was a strip of light green silk, then a strip of dark green, and then a strip of emerald green, for Oz had a fancy to make the balloon in different shades of the color about them. It took 3 days to sew all the strips together, but when it was finished, they had a big bag of green silk, more than 20 feet long. Then Oz painted it on the inside with a coat of thin glue to make it airtight, after which he announced that the balloon was ready. But we must have a basket to ride in, he said. So he sent the soldier with the green whiskers for a big clothes basket, which he fastened with many robes to the bottom of the balloon. When it was all ready, Oz sent word to his people that he was going to make a visit to a great brother wizard who lived in the clouds. The news spread rapidly throughout the city, and everyone came to see the wonderful sight. Oz ordered the balloon carried out in front of the palace, and the people gazed upon it with much curiosity. The Tin Woodman had chopped a big pile of wood, and now he made a fire of it. Oz held the bottom of the balloon over the fire so that the hot air that arose from it would be caught in the silken bag. Gradually, the balloon swelled out and rose into the air until finally the basket just touched the ground. Then Oz got into the basket and said to all the people, "I am now going away to make a visit. While I am gone, the Scarecrow will be in charge. I command you to obey him as you would me." The balloon was, by this time, tugging hard at the rope that held it to the ground, for the air within it was hot, and this made it so much lighter in weight than the air without that it pulled hard to rise into the sky. "Come, Dorothy," called the wizard. "Hurry up, or the balloon will fly away." "I can't find Toto anywhere," replied Dorothy, who did not wish to leave her little dog behind. Toto had run into the crowd to bark at a kitten, and Dorothy at last found him. She picked him up and ran towards the balloon. She was within a few steps of it, and Oz was holding out his hands to help her into the basket when the ropes broke free, and the balloon rose into the air without her. "Come back," she called. "I want to go too." "I can't come back, my dear," called Oz from the basket. "Goodbye, goodbye," shouted everyone, and all eyes were turned upward to where the wizard was riding in the basket, rising every moment farther and farther into the sky. And that was the last any of them ever saw of Oz, the wonderful wizard. Though he may have reached Omaha safely and be there now, for all we know. But the people remembered him lovingly and said to one another, "Oz was always our friend. When he was here, he built for us this beautiful emerald city, and now that he has gone, he has left the wise Scarecrow to rule over us." Still, for many days, they grieved over the loss of the wonderful wizard and would not be comforted. Chapter 18. Away to the south. The balloon drifted, and Dorothy wept bitterly as her last hope of returning to Kansas vanished into the sky. Yet, as she sat quietly thinking it over, she found herself grateful she had not risen into the air with the wizard. Balloons, after all, were hardly reliable. Still, she felt a deep sadness at losing Oz, and her companions felt it too. The Tin Woodman approached her gently. "Truly," he said, "I should be most ungrateful if I did not mourn the man who gave me this lovely heart. I feel I must cry a little because Oz has gone. If you would be so kind as to wipe away my tears so I do not rust." "With pleasure," Dorothy replied, hurrying to fetch a towel. For several minutes, the Tin Woodman wept, and she carefully caught every shining tear. When he was done, he thanked her warmly and polished himself with his jeweled oil can, making sure no harm would come of his sorrow. Meanwhile, the Scarecrow had become the ruler of the Emerald City. He was no wizard, but the people were proud of him. "For," they said, "there is no other city in all the world ruled by a stuffed man." And, as far as they knew, they were right. The morning after Oz had floated away, the four travelers met in the throne room to discuss their future. The Scarecrow sat solemnly upon the great throne, while the others stood respectfully before him. "We are not so unfortunate," said the Scarecrow at last. "This palace and the Emerald City now belong to us, and we may do as we please. When I remember that only a short time ago I hung upon a pole in a farmer's cornfield, and now rule this splendid city, I am quite satisfied with my lot." "I also," said the Tin Woodman, touching his chest, "am delighted with my new heart. It was the only thing I ever wished for." "And I," added the lion modestly, "am content knowing I am as brave as any beast alive, if not braver." The Scarecrow nodded. If Dorothy would only be content to stay in the Emerald City, we might all be happy together. "But I don't want to live here," Dorothy said softly. "I want to go to Kansas and live with Aunt Em and Uncle Henry." "Well then," asked the Tin Woodman, "what can be done?" The Scarecrow thought deeply, so deeply that several pins began to poke through his brains. At last, he said, "Why not call the winged monkeys and ask them to carry you over the desert?" "I never thought of that," Dorothy cried joyfully. "It's perfect. I'll fetch the golden cap at once." When she returned with the cap, she spoke the magic words. In an instant, the winged monkeys swept through the open window and gathered around her. "This is the second time you have summoned us," said the Monkey King, bowing low. "What is your wish?" "I want you to fly with me to Kansas," Dorothy said eagerly. But the Monkey King shook his head. "That cannot be done," he said. "We belong to this land alone and cannot leave it. No winged monkey has ever been to Kansas, nor ever will be, for we do not belong there. We are glad to serve you in any way we can, but we cannot cross the desert. Farewell." He bowed again, spread his wings, and flew out the window, his entire band following behind. Dorothy felt tears sting her eyes. "I have wasted the charm of the golden cap," she said sadly. The winged monkeys cannot help me at all. It is a great pity, said the tender-hearted woodman. The Scarecrow was already thinking once more. Let us call the soldier with the green whiskers, he said. Perhaps he can advise us. The soldier entered timidly, for while Oz lived, he had never been allowed farther than the doorway. This little girl, said the Scarecrow, wishes to cross the desert. How can she do so? I cannot tell, replied the soldier. No one has ever crossed the desert, unless it was Oz himself. Is there no one who can help me? Dorothy asked earnestly. Glinda might, he said, after a moment's thought. Who is Glinda? Asked the Scarecrow. The Witch of the South, the soldier answered. She is the most powerful of all the witches, and she rules over the Quadlings. Her castle stands at the very edge of the desert, so she may know a way to cross it. The Quadlings say she is good, and she is kind to all. I have heard she is very beautiful, and knows how to remain young despite her many years. How can I reach her castle? Dorothy asked. The road runs straight to the south, he said, but it is filled with dangers, wild beasts in the woods, and strange folk who do not welcome strangers. That is why none of the Quadlings come to the Emerald City. When he had gone, the Scarecrow said, It seems that, dangers aside, Dorothy's best hope is to journey to the land of the South and ask Glinda to help her. If she stays here, she will never reach Kansas. You must have been thinking again, remarked the Tin Woodman. I have, said the Scarecrow proudly. I shall go with Dorothy, declared the lion. I am tired of city life and long for the forest once more. Besides, Dorothy will need someone to protect her. That is true, said the Woodman. My axe may be of service, so I shall also go with her. And shall we start? Asked the Scarecrow. Are you going? Dorothy asked in surprise. Certainly, he said. If it were not for Dorothy, I should never have had brains. She lifted me from that pole and brought me to the Emerald City. All my good fortune is due to her, and I shall never leave her until she is safely on her way back to Kansas. Thank you, Dorothy said softly. You are all very kind to me, but I should like to start as soon as possible. We shall leave tomorrow morning, said the Scarecrow, so let us all prepare, for the journey will be a long one. Chapter 19. The next morning, Dorothy kissed the pretty green girl goodbye, and the whole party shook hands with the soldier with the green whiskers, who had kindly walked them to the great gate. When the guardian of the gates saw them returning, he stared in wonder that anyone would choose to leave such a splendid city only to wander into new dangers. But he immediately unlocked their spectacles, tucked them carefully back into the green box, and showered them with good wishes. You are now our ruler, he said respectfully to the Scarecrow. "So you must come back to us as soon as you are able." "I certainly shall, if I can," the Scarecrow replied. "But first, I must help Dorothy find her way home." Dorothy gave the good-natured guardian a warm farewell. "Your beautiful city has treated me with such kindness," she said softly. "Everyone has been so good to me. I can't begin to tell you how grateful I am." "Don't try, my dear," he answered gently. "We would gladly keep you with us. But if it is your wish to return to Kansas, I hope you will find the way." He opened the great outer gate, and the travelers stepped through it, beginning their journey once more. The sun shone brightly as they turned their faces toward the southern lands. Their spirits were high. They laughed and chatted together. Dorothy's heart lifted with fresh hope of returning home. The Scarecrow and the Tin Woodman were delighted to be of service to her, and the lion breathed deeply of the open air, whisking his tail from side to side in pure contentment at being back in the wilderness. Toto darted around them, barking at moths and butterflies, as happy as ever. "City life does not suit me at all," remarked the lion as they strode along at a lively pace. "I've grown quite thin from living there. Now I am eager for a chance to show the other beasts how courageous I have become." They paused for a moment to take one last look at the Emerald City. All they could see was a shimmering cluster of towers and spires rising behind the green walls. And above everything else, the gleaming dome of the Palace of Oz. Oz was not such a bad wizard, after all, said the Tin Woodman, feeling his heart clatter softly inside his breast. "He knew how to give me brains," the Scarecrow added proudly, "and very good ones, too. If he had taken a bit of the courage he gave me," said the lion, "he might have become a truly brave man." Dorothy said nothing. Oz had not kept the promise he made to her, but he had tried his best, and she forgave him. As he himself had said, he was a good man, only a poor wizard. Their first day's journey carried them through the green fields and bright blossoms surrounding the Emerald City. That night, they slept under the open sky, the stars glittering above them, and found the rest refreshing. In the morning, they continued on until they reached a dense wood. It stretched endlessly to the right and left, and they dared not change direction for fear of losing their way. So they searched for a place where the forest might let them enter more easily. At last, the Scarecrow, who walked ahead, found a great tree whose wide, arching branches left a space beneath just large enough for them to pass. But the moment he stepped under its boughs, The branches bent down sharply, coiled around him, and lifted him from the ground before hurling him back among his friends. The Scarecrow was unharmed, but very dizzy, and Dorothy had to help him to his feet. "Here is another gap between the trees," said the lion. "Let me try it first," said the Scarecrow bravely. "It doesn't hurt me to be tossed about." But when he approached a second tree, its branches seized him just as quickly and flung him back again. "This is very strange," Dorothy murmured. "What are we to do?" "The trees seem determined to fight us and block our way," the lion growled. "I will try," said the Tin Woodman, tightening his grip on his axe. He strode toward the first hostile tree. As soon as a heavy branch bent down to grab him, he swung his axe so fiercely that he chopped the limb clean in two. The tree trembled all over, shaking its branches in fury, but the Tin Woodman walked safely beneath it. "Come, run through!" he shouted. The others dashed under the tree without harm. No other trees tried to hinder them, and they soon agreed that only the first row had this strange power. Likely, the forest's own policeman meant to keep intruders out. They traveled easily after that until they reached the far side of the wood. There, to their astonishment, stood a high wall made entirely of smooth, white china, shining like polished porcelain and taller than all of them. "What shall we do now?" asked Dorothy. "I will make a ladder," said the Tin Woodman at once, "for climb it we must." Chapter 20. The Dainty China Country. While the woodman was making a ladder from wood, which he found in the forest, Dorothy lay down and slept, for she was tired by the long walk. The lion also curled himself up to sleep, and Toto lay beside him. The Scarecrow watched the woodman while he worked, and said to him, "I cannot think why this wall is here, or what it is made of. Rest your brains, and do not worry about the wall," replied the woodman. "When we have climbed over it, we shall know what is on the other side." After a time, the ladder was finished. It looked clumsy, but the Tin Woodman was sure it was strong and would answer the purpose. Scarecrow waked Dorothy and the lion and Toto and told them that the ladder was ready. The Scarecrow climbed up the ladder first, but he was so awkward that Dorothy had to follow close behind and keep him from falling off. When he got his head over the top of the wall, the Scarecrow said, "Oh my, go on," said Dorothy. So the Scarecrow climbed farther up and sat down on the top of the wall. And Dorothy put her head over and said, "Oh my," just as the Scarecrow had done. Then Toto came up and immediately began to bark, but Dorothy made him be still. The lion climbed the ladder nags, and the Tin Woodman came last, but both of them cried, "Oh my!" As soon as they looked over the wall, when they were all sitting in a row on the top of the wall, they looked down and saw a strange sight. Before them was a great stretch of country, having a floor as smooth and shining and white as the bottom of a big platter. Scattered around were many houses, made entirely of china and painted in the brightest colors. These houses were quite small, the biggest of them reaching only as high as Dorothy's waist. There were also pretty little barns with china fences around them, and many cows, and sheep, and horses, and pigs, and chickens, all made of china, were standing about in groups. The strangest of all were the people who lived in this strange country. There were milkmaids and shepherdesses with brightly colored bodices and golden spots all over their gowns, and princesses with most gorgeous frocks of silver and gold and purple, and shepherds dressed in knee bridges with pink and yellow and blue stripes down them, and golden buckles on their shoes, princes with jeweled crowns upon their heads, wearing ermine robes and satin doublets, and funny clowns in ruffled gowns with round red spots upon their cheeks and tall pointed caps. Strangest of all, these people were all made of china, even to their clothes, and were so small that the tallest of them was no higher than Dorothy's knee. No one did so much as look at the travelers at first, except one little purple china dog with an extra large head, which came to the wall and barked at them in a tiny voice. Afterwards, running away again, "How shall we get down?" asked Dorothy. They found the ladder so heavy that they could not pull it up. So the Scarecrow fell off the wall, and the others jumped down upon him so that the floor would not hurt their feet. Of course, they took pains not to land on his head and get the pins in their feet. When they were all safely down, they picked up the Scarecrow, whose body was quite flattened down, and patted his straw into shape again. "We must cross this strange place in order to get to the other side," said Dorothy, "for it would be unwise for us to go any other way except due south." They began walking through the country of the people made of china, and the first thing they came to was a china milkmaid milking a china cow. As they drew nearer, the cow suddenly gave a kick and kicked over the stool, the pail, and even the milkmaid herself, and all fell on the china ground with a great clatter. Dorothy was shocked to see that the cow had broken her leg off, and that the pail was lying in several small pieces, while the poor milkmaid had a nick in her left elbow, said the milkmaid angrily. "See what you have done? My cow has broken her leg, and I must take her to the mender's shop and have it glued on again. What do you mean by coming here and frightening my cow?" "I'm very sorry," returned Dorothy. "Please forgive us." But the pretty milkmaid was too vexed to make any answer. She picked up the leg, sulkily, and led her cow away. As she left them, the milkmaid cast many reproachful glances over her shoulder at the clumsy strangers, holding her nicked elbow close to her side. Dorothy was quite grieved at this mishap. "We must be very careful here," said the kind-hearted woodman, "or we may hurt these pretty little people, so they will never get over it." A little farther on, Dorothy met a most beautifully dressed young princess who stopped short as she saw the strangers and started to run away. Dorothy wanted to see more of the princess, so she ran after her. But the China girl cried out, "Don't chase me! Don't chase me!" She had such a frightened little voice that Dorothy stopped and said, "Why not?" "Because," answered the princess, also stopping a safe distance away, "if I run, I may fall down and break myself." "But could you not be mended?" asked the girl. "Oh yes. One is never so pretty after being mended, you know," replied the princess. "I suppose not," said Dorothy. "Now there is Mr. Joker, one of our clowns," continued the China lady, "who is always trying to stand upon his head. He has broken himself so often that he is mended in 100 places and doesn't look at all pretty. Here he comes now, so you can see for yourself." Indeed, a jolly little clown came walking toward them. Dorothy could see that in spite of his pretty clothes of red and yellow and green, he was completely covered with cracks, running every which way and showing plainly that he had been mended in many places. The clown put his hands in his pockets, and after puffing out his cheeks and nodding his head at them, saucily, he said, "Lady fair, why do you stare at poor old Mr. Joker? You're quite as stiff and prim as if you'd eaten up a poker." "Be quiet, sir," said the princess. "Can't you see these are strangers and should be treated with respect?" "It's respect, I expect," declared the clown, and immediately stood upon his head. "Don't mind, Mr. Joker," said the princess to Dorothy. "He is considerably cracked in his head, and that makes him foolish." "Oh, I don't mind him a bit," said Dorothy. "But you are so beautiful," she continued, "that I am sure I could love you dearly. Won't you let me carry you back to Kansas and stand you on Aunt Em's mantle? I could carry you in my basket." "That would make me very unhappy," answered the China princess. "You see, here in our country, we live contentedly and can talk and move around as we please. But whenever any of us are taken away, joints at once stiffen, and we can only stand straight and look pretty. Of course, that is all that is expected of us when we are on mantels and cabinets and drawing room tables. But our lives are much pleasanter here in our own country. I would not make you unhappy for all the world, said Dorothy. So I'll just say goodbye. Goodbye, replied the princess. They walked carefully through China Country, the little animals, and all the people scampered out of their way, fearing the strangers would break them. And after an hour or so, the travelers reached the other side of the country and came to another China wall. It was not so high as the first, however, and by standing upon the lion's back, they all managed to scramble to the top. Then the lion gathered his legs under him and jumped up on the wall. But just as he jumped, he upset a china church with his tail and smashed it all to pieces. That was too bad, said Dorothy. But I really think we were lucky in not doing these little people more harm than breaking a church. They are all so brittle. They are indeed, said the Scarecrow. And I am thankful I am made of straw and cannot be easily damaged. There are worse things in the world than being a scarecrow. Chapter 21. The Lion becomes the king of beasts. After climbing down from the China Wall, the travelers found themselves in a disagreeable country, full of bogs and marshes, and covered with tall, rank grass. It was difficult to walk without falling into muddy holes, for the grass was so thick that it hid them from sight. However, by carefully picking their way, they got safely along until they reached solid ground. But here, the country seemed wilder than ever, and after a long and tiresome walk through the underbrush, they entered another forest, where the trees were bigger and older than any they had ever seen. This forest is perfectly delightful, declared the lion, looking around him with joy. Never have I seen a more beautiful place. It seems gloomy, said the Scarecrow. Not a bit of it, answered the lion. I should like to live here all my life. See how soft the dried leaves are under your feet, and how rich and green the moss is that clings to those old trees. Surely no wild beast wish a pleasanter home. Perhaps there are wild beasts in the forest now, said Dorothy. I suppose there are, returned the lion, but I do not see any of them about. They walked through the forest until it became too dark to go any further. Dorothy and Toto and the lion lay down to sleep, while the woodman and the Scarecrow kept watch over them as usual. When morning came, they started again. Before they had gone far, they heard a low rumble, as of the growling of many wild animals. Toto whimpered a little, but none of the others were frightened. They kept along the well-trodden path until they came to an opening in the wood, in which were gathered hundreds of beasts of every variety. There were tigers, elephants, and bears, and wolves, and foxes, and all the others in the natural history. And for a moment, Dorothy was afraid. But the lion explained. The animals were holding a meeting, and he judged by their snarling and growling that they were in great trouble. As he spoke, several of the beasts caught sight of him, and at once the great assemblage hushed, as if by magic. The biggest of the tigers came up to the lion and bowed, saying, "Welcome, O King of Beasts. You have come in good time to fight our enemy and bring peace to all the animals of the forest once more." "What is your trouble?" asked the lion quietly. "We are all threatened," answered the tiger, "by a fierce enemy which has lately come into this forest. It is a most tremendous monster, like a great spider with a body as big as an elephant and legs as long as a tree trunk. It has 8 of these long legs, and as the monster crawls through the forest, he seizes an animal with a leg and drags it to his mouth, where he eats it as a spider does a fly. Not one of us is safe, while this fierce creature is here, and we had called a meeting to decide how to take care of ourselves when you came among us." The lion thought for a moment. "Are there any other lions in this forest?" he asked. "No, there were some, but the monster has eaten them all," the tiger said. "And besides, there were none of them nearly so large and brave as you. If I put an end to your enemy, will you bow down to me and obey me as king of the forest?" inquired the lion. "We will do that gladly," returned the tiger. And all the other beasts roared with a mighty roar. "We will. Where is this great spider of yours now?" asked the lion. "Yonder among the oak trees," said the tiger, pointing with his forefoot. "Take good care of these friends of mine," said the lion, "and I will go at once to fight the monster." He bade his comrades goodbye and marched proudly away to do battle with the enemy. The great spider was lying asleep when the lion found him, and it looked so ugly that its foe turned up his nose in disgust. Its legs were quite as long as the tiger had said, and its body covered with coarse, black hair. It had a great mouth, with a row of sharp teeth a foot long, but its head was joined to the pudgy body by a neck as slender as a wasp's waist. This gave the lion a hint of the best way to surprise the creature, as he knew it was easier to approach it asleep than awake. He gave a great spring and landed directly upon the monster's back. The spider awoke, terrified. The lion gave a mighty roar and leaped off its back, and the spider ran off as fast as it could, never to return. The lion went back to the opening where the beasts of the forest were waiting for him, and said proudly, "You need fear your enemy no longer." Then the beasts bowed down to the lion as their king, and he promised to come back and rule over them as soon as Dorothy was safely on her way to Kansas. Chapter 22. The four travelers made their way safely through the remainder of the forest, and when at last they stepped out from its deep, shadowy gloom, they found themselves facing a steep hillside littered from top to bottom with huge, jagged rocks. "This will be a hard climb," the Scarecrow remarked. "Hard or not, we must get over it," he added, and bravely led the way, the others following close behind. They had barely reached the first great rock when a harsh voice barked, "Keep back! Keep back!" "Who are you?" the Scarecrow called out. A moment later, a strange head rose above the rock, and the same gruff voice replied, "This hill belongs to us, and no one is allowed to cross it." "But we must cross it," insisted the Scarecrow. "We are on our way to the country of the Quadlings." "You shall not," the unseen speaker growled. Then, stepping out from behind the rock, appeared one of the oddest creatures the travelers had ever encountered. He was short and stout, with a large, flat-topped head perched on a thick, wrinkled neck. Yet he had no arms at all. Seeing this, the Scarecrow felt no fear. Surely, such a helpless creature could not stop them from climbing. "I'm sorry," he said politely, "but we must go over your hill, whether you approve or not." And he walked forward with great boldness. But as quick as lightning, the creature's head shot outward, its neck stretching like a rubber band until the flat top struck the Scarecrow squarely in the middle. He tumbled head over heels down the hill. The head snapped back just as swiftly, and the armless man let out a harsh, mocking laugh. Almost at once, a great chorus of loud, boisterous laughter echoed across the hillside. Dorothy looked around and gasped. Hundreds of those armless, hammer-headed creatures were hiding behind the rocks, each ready to strike. The lion, furious at the ridicule aimed at his friend, roared so loudly that it shook the stones and charged up the slope. But again, a hammerhead shot forward, and the mighty lion went rolling down the hill as though hit by a cannonball. Dorothy hurried to help the Scarecrow back to his feet. The lion limped toward them, sore and bruised. "It's no use trying to fight creatures with shooting heads," he said miserably. "No one could stand against them." "What shall we do, then?" Dorothy asked. "Call the winged monkeys," suggested the Tin Woodman. "You still have one more command." "Very well," said Dorothy. She put on the golden cap and spoke the enchanted words. In a flash, the winged monkeys appeared, just as prompt, and loyal as before. Their king bowed low. "What are your commands, Princess Dorothy?" "Carry us over the hill to the country of the Quadlings," she said. "It shall be done," replied the king. Immediately, the monkeys lifted Dorothy, Toto, and the three travelers into their strong arms and soared into the sky. As they passed over the rocky hill, the hammerheads shrieked in anger and flung their heads upward, but they could not reach the flying monkeys, who carried Dorothy and her friends safely to the other side and gently set them down in the beautiful Quadling Country. "This is the last time you can summon us," said the king. "So goodbye and good luck." "Goodbye," Dorothy called. "And thank you." The winged monkeys rose into the bright sky and vanished in a twinkling. The land of the Quadlings proved rich and cheerful. Fields of ripening grain stretched far and wide, with smooth, well-paved roads winding between them. Clear brooks danced along the meadows, each crossed by sturdy bridges. Every fence, house, and bridge was painted a bright, gleaming red, just as everything had been yellow in the land of the Winkies and blue in the land of the Munchkins. The Quadlings themselves were short, round, and good-natured, dressed entirely in red, which shone brilliantly against the green grass and golden grain. The monkeys had set the travelers down near a pleasant farmhouse, so they walked to the door and knocked. A kindly farmer's wife answered, and when Dorothy asked for food, she gladly served them a fine meal: 3 kinds of cake, 4 kinds of cookies, and a bowl of milk for Toto. "How far is it to the castle of Glinda?" Dorothy asked. "Not far at all," the woman replied. "Follow the road to the south, and you will reach it soon." Thanking her warmly, they set off again, wandering past fields and over red bridges, until, at last, a splendid castle rose before them. Standing at its gates were 3 young girls, dressed in handsome red uniforms, trimmed with gold braid. As Dorothy approached, one of them stepped forward. "Why have you come to the South Country? Do you seek the good witch who rules here?" "Yes," Dorothy answered. "Will you take me to her?" "Tell me your name, and I will ask Glinda if she will receive you," said the soldier. So Dorothy and her companions told who they were. The soldier disappeared into the castle, and after a short while, she returned with a smile. Dorothy and her friends are to be admitted at once. Chapter 23. Before they were brought before Glinda, the travelers were taken to a bright little chamber in the castle. There, Dorothy washed her face and smoothed her tangled hair. The lion gave his mane a vigorous shake until the dust flew out in golden clouds. The Scarecrow patted and arranged himself into as neat a figure as a man of straw could manage, and the Tin Woodman polished his body until he shone like a silver moon, carefully oiling every joint. When at last they were properly presentable, they followed the soldier girl into a great hall where Glinda the Good Witch sat upon a throne of gleaming rubies. To their eyes, she seemed both young and wonderfully fair. Her hair, the color of deep red gold, fell in soft ringlets over her white shoulders, and her gown was pure as morning light. But it was her blue eyes that held Dorothy still. Kind, gentle eyes that warmed her heart at once. "What may I do for you, my child?" Glinda asked. So Dorothy told her everything. How the cyclone had carried her away from Kansas, how she had met her companions, and all the strange and marvelous adventures they had lived through together. "My greatest wish now," Dorothy added softly, "is to get back home to Kansas. Aunt Em will think something dreadful has happened, and she might even go into mourning. And unless the crops are better this year than last, I am sure Uncle Henry could not afford new black clothes." Glinda leaned forward and kissed the upturned face of the little girl. "Bless your dear heart," she said tenderly. "I believe I can show you the way back to Kansas. But if I do, you must give me the golden cap." "Willingly," Dorothy replied. "It is no use to me now. And when it belongs to you, you may command the winged monkeys 3 times. I think you will need them." "Just those 3 times," Glinda answered with a smile. Dorothy handed her the golden cap, and Glinda turned to the Scarecrow. "And what will you do when Dorothy has left us?" "I shall return to the Emerald City," he said. "Oz has made me its ruler, and the people are fond of me. But I fear the journey across the Hill of the Hammerheads. Then I shall command the winged monkeys to carry you safely to the city gates," said Glinda. "It would be a shame to deprive the people of so wonderful a ruler." "Am I truly wonderful?" the Scarecrow asked, quite pleased. "You are unusual," Glinda replied kindly. She turned next to the Tin Woodman. "And what will become of you when Dorothy is gone?" The Woodman leaned on his axe and thought, "The Winkies have been very good to me. They wished me to rule over them after the Wicked Witch was destroyed. I am fond of them, and if I could return to the West, nothing would please me more than to be their king forever." "My second command to the winged monkeys," said Glinda, "shall be to carry you safely back to the land of the Winkies. Your brains may not look as large as the Scarecrow's, but when you are well polished, you are truly the brighter of the two. And I know you will rule wisely and well." Then she looked at the great shaggy lion. "And when Dorothy returns home, what shall become of you?" "Beyond the Hill of the Hammerheads lies a great old forest," he replied. "All the beasts there have made me their king. If only I could return to that forest, I should live very happily. Then my third command, said Glinda, shall be that the winged monkeys carry you back to your forest. And when that is done, the power of the golden cap will be spent, and I shall give it to the king of the monkeys, that he and his band may be free forevermore. The Scarecrow, the Tin Woodman, and the Lion all thanked the good witch with deep gratitude. But Dorothy said softly, "You are as good as you are beautiful. But you have not yet told me how to get back to Kansas. Ma, your silver shoes will carry you over the desert," Glinda replied. "Had you known their power, you could have returned to Aunt Em the very day you arrived. But then I should not have my wonderful brains," said the Scarecrow. "I might still be stuck on the farmer's pole. And I should not have my lovely heart," said the Tin Woodman. "I might have rusted in the forest forever. And I should have lived a coward to the end of my days," declared the Lion. "No beast would ever have respected me." "All that is true," Dorothy said gently. "And I am glad I was of use to my good friends. But now each of them is happy and has a kingdom to rule. And so I think I should like to go home to Kansas." "The silver shoes," said Glinda, "have a curious magic. They can carry you to any place in the world in 3 steps, each taken in the wink of an eye. All you must do is knock the heels together 3 times and command them to take you where you wish." "If that is so," Dorothy cried joyfully, "I shall ask them to carry me home at once." She threw her arms around the lion's great neck and kissed him, patting his shaggy head. Then she kissed the Tin Woodman, who was weeping in a manner most dangerous to his joints. She hugged the Scarecrow tightly instead of kissing his painted face, and found tears running down her own cheeks at this sorrowful farewell. Glinda stepped down from her ruby throne and gave Dorothy a gentle goodbye kiss. The little girl thanked her for all the kindness she had shown to her and her friends. At last, Dorothy lifted Toto into her arms, said her final goodbye, and clicked the heels of her silver shoes together 3 times. "Take me home to Aunt Em," she whispered. Instantly, she felt herself whirling through the air, with nothing but the rush of wind in her ears. The shoes took 3 swift steps, and then stopped so suddenly that Dorothy rolled over the soft ground several times before she knew what had happened. When she sat up at last and looked around, she gasped, "Good gracious!" For she was sitting on the wide Kansas prairie, and just ahead stood the new farmhouse Uncle Henry had built after the cyclone had swept the old one away. Uncle Henry was in the barnyard, calmly milking the cows, and Toto had already leapt from her arms, barking joyfully, as he ran toward the barn. Dorothy rose to her feet and found she wore only her stockings. Her silver shoes had flown off in her flight through the air and had disappeared forever into the desert. Chapter 24. Aunt Em had just stepped out onto the porch, a tin pail in hand, ready to water the cabbages. The afternoon sun glinted off the rim as she paused. Something small and familiar was racing across the yard. In the next heartbeat, she recognized her and let out a soft cry. "My darling child," she exclaimed, dropping the pail as Dorothy flew into her arms. She held the girl tightly, covering her dust-streaked cheeks with kisses. "Where in the world did you come from?" "From the land of Oz," Dorothy replied, her voice solemn, but her eyes shining. "And here is Toto, too." "Oh, Aunt Em." She pressed her face against her aunt's shoulder. "I'm so happy to be home again." And with that simple truth, their long journey ended at last. The end.